Hello, everybody. All right, so there's a bunch of chat. I am going to ignore it all. But I will greet everybody. Hey, 3D Sunday. Hey, EJ. Pro Sam, Hideo. Diablo 2. Hey, Spurtman. On Friday, what I worked on was cleaning up some of the database stuff. And that was all in order to prepare for something I'd started on Wednesday that I couldn't finish. What I'd like to do is tackle that, the thing from Wednesday. So we're going to try to work toward that today. Let's do a couple of things. Today, Monday, Adam is doing some administrative tasks like cleaning up his to-do list. He'll update this command again soon. Hey, Olo. And yeah, that screen is only there at the beginning of the stream, and there's one more screen at the end of the stream, and neither one should ever really show. The goal was just to have something there for kind of a buffer. How's it going? Had a good weekend? Yeah, it was good. So Saturday, as you guys know, I streamed Diablo 2 for 5 hours. Oh man, that was fun. It wasn't exactly what I'd expected it to be. If you're curious, you could watch the VODs. I know you've seen them, Hideo, but if you're curious, you can watch the VODs. I don't suggest watching them, though. I don't think they're that interesting or anything. It's just a casual run. Then yesterday, my wife came back from her brief trip, and yeah, we went to the park and just hung out for a bit. It was a very sleepy Sunday. Hey, Adne. Pop up last your weekend, and hey, I'm Perry. Okay. I still have not done this. Man, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to do. Oh, watching without sound. Yeah. There's not too much to watch there either when it comes to Diablo, I feel. Alright. The last roadmap we got done with. Let's just move any completed items to here. So I'm going to clean up the to-do list for a little bit. We're going to plan today, and then I'm going to actually start enacting that plan for today. Fix all join statements. I should move these off of the list. I fixed some of these. I didn't fix all of them. There are no other, yeah, there's like 1 or 2 complete items on here. Yep, well, that's that then. So better test defense options. Much of this was already finished. Not this stuff. It was all of this. So we can mark this stuff as done. And then ideally I should move all of these things off as well. These that are done. Yeah. Fine, we'll clean that up. Went outside yesterday too and got tan. Nice. Yeah, I was wearing a hoodie with my hood up while I was in the park because I don't know, it was a little bit chillier than I expected it to be, even in the sun. So I was just laying down on a blanket. There were actually not many people in the park. I should just get one phase to work while attacking yourself. I don't think I ever did this. Yeah, I didn't finish this. No, I only wore the sellout hoodie once outside of my place. Okay, we'll move all this stuff up here. Is Botline going to be online today? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's much of a reason to upload it until I get done with new features. Because people haven't been playing it that much. And I'm not doing a lot to really spread awareness about it yet. We'll get to that point. Let me check my AWS billing. We should see where we are because I haven't done any work on this front. Okay, so here's what it looks like. So far, we're at $11.53, and I've had Botland online for, what, like 3 days? Oh, EJ, welcome back. Thanks for the resub, 8 months. Nice. Actually, speaking of 8 months, Streamlabs shows me some people who subscribed again. And you can see here, so Lethal Wire and Cucumber Owl. I don't know if they're here. Hey, Luculus. Anyway, we'll have to welcome them too. Hey, yo, and hey, Dodgemouth. Everyone's streaming in. So, yeah, here are the costs so far for this month. And Hideo too. Hey, Mr. O to the P. 8 months for both of you. Nice. And you just had to one-up EJ by doing his junior second. Yeah, so... Wait, what? Oh, boy. Cost for the previous month, $43.84. Hang on a second. This is unexpected. I thought I was on the free tier still. I'm going to go check really fast and see, was I actually charged this much or is this a bug in their billing? Man. Amazon. Oh no, I was actually charged that much. I thought the free tier ended. Oh, that's bad. I was actually charged. This is what, $43.84. That was taken out on May 4th from my bank account. And then on April 4th, I was charged $49. So my free tier ended at the end of February? Why didn't I had a budget set up for $5. It was supposed to alert me when that happened. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, I definitely have to look into this sooner rather than later. Hey, Aziel. What I'm trying to figure out... Yeah, what is that budget thing that I set up? That's the part I don't understand. You can set a budget where you can have it alert or you can have it, I think, actually stop charging you when you hit it. And I'm pretty sure I set up both of these things. And I set it for $5 because I thought on the free tier, the closest I've come to spending $5 was like $3. And I don't care if I have to spend $3 a month. I don't care if I have to spend $5 a month. But spending $50 a month when I thought I'd only have to spend $5, that's kind of frustrating. I guess if it were an actual bug with their budget system, then they would have to refund me the money. But chances are there's some like little thing I did wrong. It's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad. Did you use ELB? I think that goes outside the free tier. No, that's in the free tier. Because for months I was getting charged like 80 cents. You can use, actually pretty much everything's in the free tier. Route 53 isn't totally. Do they say ELB here? They've got some like, man, they changed this page. Yeah, here. 750 hours of an ELB. Hey, Half-Horse. Juice causing you migrate that DB to your shared host. Yeah, I need to look into that. I'm going to have to do that maybe tomorrow. Yeah. What is that shaking on my desk? Oh, these. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, so look into this, even if it involves private information, so that I at least start the process. ELD is not cheap either. Yeah, and all right, well, we're gonna have to look into that at some point. Look at that stolen office chair. Man, I had a dream last night. I woke up at like 7 from this dream that I was streaming and I had like 90,000 viewers. Remember, this is a dream, everyone. I shouldn't even be sharing this, but there was just this counter counting up of money and it was like $62,000. And I was just streaming myself playing Super Smash Bros. With my family. Weird how dreams can be. Okay, so we're going to copy a bunch of this out of here. Yeah, 90K viewers. I don't even know if I want that. It was interesting in the dream at least. Okay, so I never got to this refactoring. And something else. So this isn't done. Actually, none of that stuff is done either. So then where does that start down here? There we go. Okay, so refactoring the database. And then all of this stuff should be done too. This whole add a button nonsense. Hey Nara, advise me on a good payment site for international pay transfers. No, I actually can't. And hey Orange Ray. Yeah, Nara, I've only used something like that once, and it was to transfer one sum of money for a job that I wanted to hire someone for. I can't really suggest that. I only used it once. And PayPal can screw the seller, but I think there are going to be protections for any payment site that either probably favor the buyer or the seller. Beating out lyric. So this part's mostly been done. Yeah. And this would go up here. There. Okay, yeah. So this should just contain incomplete items at this point. Yeah, it does. So I think we can get rid of all this. We're currently at 3,400 lines. If we get rid of everything there, we go down to 3,200 lines. There's a lot here. What's the difference? So Naro, you know how in games sometimes there will be a button that says something like buy 500 gold and it costs $1? What they're using to process your payment is going to be something like Stripe. What you want to do probably is send someone $1 or something like that. This is something like PayPal. So yeah, if you're going to be selling a bunch of little things or a lot of things or something like that, you might want a payment processor. Again, this would be something like you're on an e-commerce site and you want to sell your whatever goods that you're making. Okay. So this we don't need. Make sure to save whether you're attacking someone else or attacking your own defense. Did I put this there? It is attacking own defense, yeah. The goal is to get all the code that I have to use a cleaner format but still have the same functionality. Yeah, this is where we're going to start today. Cool. Hey, Tim. So how was everyone's weekend? Google Cloud Platform always free tier? Yeah, maybe. I mean, at this point, I've spent $100 on a... God, that sucks to even say because I could have saved like 60 of that maybe. I didn't understand. Yeah, I didn't understand how that would work. Alright, so Adam is trying to get to the point where you can attack your own defense for the sake of testing. Botland will not be online today. This will involve some refactoring. Which may end up being the bulk of the work today. There we go. Didn't make nearly as much progress. Started porting my game dev framework to iOS. I see. Do you stream, Tim? I see you have viewers. So I'll follow you. Did you ever use an automatic differentiation lib? Like what? And hey, Redri. If you're ever interested. 28 hours per day. How much would that let me have? That's 3 servers for 8 hours, 8.5 hours. Or 9 hours, excuse me. And yeah, I could condense that. 5 gigabytes of storage, shared mem cache. Oh wait, this is Google App Engine. Where's their, here it is. 1 instance per month. Yeah, okay. I wonder if this can be split across different instances. Probably not gonna switch now. Some sort of library that would evaluate a gradient based on some values. Oh, no, I don't think I have. Okay, there we go. Oh, definitely, Tim. Yeah, I don't think you should try to be consistent on a schedule. Because in that particular case, there are going to be a lot of times when you come home from work, and you feel like, I can't really make progress on a personal project. And if you start streaming, I think it's just going to add to your stress there. Hey, Andorn, what's RDS? It's Relational Database Service or something like that for Amazon. Okay, yeah, so here's where we left off. Make an ongoing match class, make a match class. Any APIs that were modified should have tests written for them if possible. Yeah, and the goal of all of this was to get to the point where the database can just, what was the API we wanted here? I thought I wrote this down. Huh. Maybe it was this, save game results. Well, that's part of this. Save simulation results. Another small part. Yeah, something like this. We pull all these pieces of information from the database, and I need to serialize these into proper classes. Yeah, Tim, I don't know if I linked you this, My last blog post was on being a development streamer on Twitch, and I suggest reading through this. The reason why, at least, is because this whole why would you stream at all? I think if your goal is to get viewers, that yeah, you would need a consistent schedule, and then you probably do need to consider what happens when I come home from work and I don't feel like working. And if your goal is not necessarily to get viewers, then yeah, you could get some other benefits out of the stream where you don't necessarily have to be consistent. Because yeah, that was one of the biggest things for me back when I was working on just side projects while I had a full-time job. Sometimes you come home and you just don't feel like doing anything. And by the way, there's another technique I have for that. There's mindful to-do lists and there's mindless to-do lists. So you've got things here like design system A and refactor system B and whatever else. And mindless ones are like change the color of X and, you know, like come up with a better description for artillery. Things like this, where if you come home from a long day at work and you still want to get something done, you can just start tackling things from this list. So for me, it might be something like, you know, look at my bank account and see how much I was getting charged for Amazon. That would have been an easy thing to do that I just hadn't done. Hey, Pawn. Okay, so what was the API that I wanted to change here? Ongoing match is redundant. This gets returned immediately to the client as part of contact matchmaker for match. Yeah. Return a serialized something. I don't even know what. I guess serialized match and serialized match or ongoing match. Put all of this information in the same class, and some of it just may not be defined. Or maybe a match has an ongoing match. That seems to make the most sense. Oh, you have it. Okay, cool. Currently, I do see a slight benefit from streaming randomly. Yeah. And Tim, what are your goals with it? Like, why stream is the question I'm asking. Okay, I think this makes sense to do. Contact matchmaker for match. Let's go take another look at this. We eventually return all of this stuff. And this too, which is the defense object, which we had private stuff removed from. Yeah, I'd like to settle on this. Same thing with the serialized defense. I feel like that should be, yeah, make a defense format and attack format. It's not really, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Make a saved defense and saved attack. Yeah, I like that. Or savable, something like that. Hey, Lucombo. Welcome to the stream. Do I want to? Okay, this is a silly naming thing, but savable defense. Nah, I think it's fine. Hey, Dysoxia You're planning the project right now? I was just doing some plan for today, really. In general, the project's been planned. It's been designed. Where is my bot? There it is. Yeah. So you can look through the FAQ and find out a lot more about this project and everything. It does seem to keep you less distracted. Usually don't have a problem with that, but sometimes I post a GIF on Twitter. Yeah. That helps. But that's good. That's good. And I find it's helpful to just state your goals sometimes. Also, I was curious. That wasn't me trying to help you there necessarily. Okay, so I get these 4 classes. Then I change contact matchmaker for match to return these somehow. Remember, the point here is to modify the existing APIs to make them easier to simulate on the client. So we eventually simulate the APIs that were changed on the client. Well, that's the final thing we have to do. So for now, it's get rid of all of these instances of ongoing match. And while we're doing it, we should try to get rid of all the select stars that we have. Yeah, so today is not going to be probably the most interesting day to watch, but it's going to be a solid work day, I hope. So let's get started with this. I think I've planned enough of this now. Let's just make sure that this plan is going to actually work. So here we've got things like pulling everything from the matches and ongoing matches table. This is going to be annoying because this gets filtered through almost everywhere in the code, and I need to know exactly what it is we want. The easiest way to do this at first would just be to do select star. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Is it DevOps? I wouldn't really call this DevOps, no. Wait, what's going on here? This is stuck at 100%. This only ever happens when I shut down my computer because Sublime does some amount of indexing, or the OS does indexing, and makes it so that I don't need to wait for this. Apparently I need to wait for this right now. What's the meaning of DevOps? DevOps to me is something where typically you have a dev team, and you know what developers do. They'll write code and maintain and bug fixes and all that stuff. Then you have an ops team, which is your operations, which would handle things like your infrastructure being online and machines getting instanced / maintained that way, and those sorts of things. Whoops, not maintain bug. So DevOps is when you have one team, the dev team typically, run both of these things so that you control writing the code all the way to getting the code into production. Maintain bugs. That is what devs do. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, there, now it's working. So what we really wanted to search for was, where is this used? And it's used in a lot of places. And we don't necessarily know what for. We could just pull everything from the database. I don't think that's a problem necessarily. I just think we need to specify which columns you want. So the easiest way to do some of this at first will be to select each and every column from both databases. Hey, WD202. And just encapsulate them in a class. Now, one of the things I do need to figure out is that the database is typically not the thing that's ever creating these classes. So I could have a level on top of this. I guess if the server is going to say get ongoing match. Call me WD. Hey, Monadic Mind. And yes, my name is Adam. His name is 13531. Okay, so we do this from a bunch of different places, and thankfully we can wrap this in such a way that we get a class object here. I think I'm okay with this. Whoa, what? Nuffly, you must have had a different name before this, because I'm friends with you and I do not recognize that name. Let's find out. Nuffly. Aha, you were Vito. Okay, let's write this down. 5/8/2017. Okay, cool. This is pre-recorded. What, you'd need another 3 in there, Tim. 13531M. Okay, so ongoing match class and match class. Let's go do these things. And these should be in shared code. '85 filter. Yeah, I saw that you were here earlier. You were here about an hour ago, I think. Did I pick up my wife from work? How's your weekend? It was good. I think it was good, except that I still just feel a little bit sad about the Diablo 2 day. I really wanted to play with other people. And then I tried Path of Exile because I thought, oh, everyone will be able to play this with me, but I didn't have fun playing that game. So I guess I'm not going to continue to play it. So I'll save this as ongoing match.js. Hey, LiverDev trying. How's it going? Yo, Jay. Hey. Did I say that, Spurman? I don't remember that. Is this part of Botland? Yeah, this is part of Botland. How's your stuff going, LiverDev trying? So we want a serialize here. We want a deserialize from DB ongoing match. This would be a static class. It would eventually return a new ongoing match with a bunch of stuff in it. We should probably just take these in as params, to be honest. So there's going to be a lot of formatting here. And then export default ongoing match. This corresponds to the ongoing matches table in the database. Ongoing matches looks like this. So we're going to need all of these things eventually. Do I play any Blizzard games? I play Hearthstone. Oh, that's why, Spurman. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Haven't been on in a while. Got married. Wow, congrats. Had to upgrade the SSD this weekend. Yeah, congrats on getting married too. Started looking at it again. Nice. Did you take a honeymoon yet? Did you go on vacation? Can you make classes in your Botland JS scripts? No, you can't. Or at least you shouldn't be able to. I should probably just test that really fast. Because some ES6 works. I doubt classes do, though. Yeah. What if you did this in here? Yeah, class declarations are not allowed. Wow. Life's moving fast for you, LiverDev trying. Why are your lights so bright? I won't answer that question. That's a forbidden question. So yeah, ongoing match. We're going to need the same thing for match, for save defense, and saved attack. Well, at least you can get it 85 filter. People were talking about this water bottle that I'm drinking from and how it costs like 200 pounds and however many euros, and that's ridiculous. I would not want to pay that much. Hey, Killer Kabibi. Okay, so we have ongoing match. We need to actually populate these things, but we'll make match next. Also, we're probably gonna need Lodash here. Let's just put this here now. What kind of Diablo 2 mod this is? This is the automation mod. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, there we go. The much mouth. The way you phrase this, I'm probably going to be 80 until I get married, means that you'll stay the age 80 until you finally find your true love. This would make for an interesting movie. But I know what you meant. You'll probably be 80. Hey, Stench. Welcome back. Do you have your lights hooked up to a productivity pulse? What is that, Tim? I don't know if that's a real thing or a joke, but there's a base fit. It's now 500. You should buy it. It must be the best water bottle if it costs that much, right? I looked at your light control source. Has anyone tried to bypass your security? Not really, I think. Plus, Haziel, I don't know how doable it would be. I mean, the way it works is there's the front end that you see that connects to a PHP script, which obscures my IP address. Then on my computer, I have a port listening for some commands on just some commands. And those commands are only used for controlling the lights. So when you send something across, you say like, hey, my username is Adam13531, my token is some blob of data, and the command I want is 1, let's say, which turns on the lights. So if you try using someone else's name, you won't necessarily have their token. If you try using your token for somebody else, it will have expired. If you try specifying something like, eval delete hard drive, that doesn't matter because the only things that make it through are just numbers. So in general, I think it's pretty good. Are you doing that with a Pi? No, I'm not. I don't know if you saw this link, but the whole thing is described here, and there's a shared host that's running the PHP server and the front end. Actually, this is no longer true now. The that I pay for part. I am now having a friend host it for me, so I don't pay anything for it. But when this was written, it was true. I was paying for the hosting. Okay, so we have db ongoing match. We should have match.js. We change ongoing to match. This corresponds to the matches table in the database. Then save defense and saved attack. Saved defense.js. So right now, there's a column in the database called serialized defense. And it doesn't have a concrete format. Well, and it didn't have a concrete format until I made this class. Essentially, this class only exists so that if the database were eventually normalized, so that we're not just persisting a blob of JSON to represent a defense, that those details could be encapsulated in this class. Yeah. Hey, Thelzy. Realize where we all went wrong? Yeah, there were some things I could have done differently to avoid getting to this point right here. And how did I write 3 lines of code at once? So WD, I suggest you take a look at this blog post, not because it's going to exactly teach you how to do that, but because it'll probably cover some of your basic questions there. Okay, so there's save defense, and then, oops, I haven't been putting semicolons at the end of these. Well, let's get the semicolons then. And then let's save this as saved attack as well. So this corresponds to serialized attack. Yeah, I think that's fair. And then everywhere that we have the word defense, we change it to attack. Yeah, looks good. Cool. Yeah, okay, never mind. Just checking something quickly. Ignore what I just did. Yeah, all right. Great. So we have all these classes. They're not actually doing anything just yet. I'm going to need to deserialize from the database into this format. I'm a what? Good old Harry Potter. Oops. Alright, cool. So then whenever we pull this from the database, we now need to run it through this class. Do 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 do. I can't believe this magnetic bind. All my dreams are coming true. Let's search for this. And so, okay, here's one of them. Save game results. You're slightly off center. That's true. It's because I moved my keyboard a little bit. I should just relocate this camera so that, yeah, sure, my keyboard's cut off a little bit. Something like this, maybe. Is that good? Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so save game results is one of these things. Where else do we have this? This doesn't really matter. Well, I kind of take that back. Save simulation results. Yeah, so save simulation results. Get ongoing match for user. And anything else? What is this function? Just create match. Yeah. I think that's that. Trackball user? Me? If you're asking me, no, whoop, just knocked something on my desk. I'm using a Logitech G600. I'm knocking like everything over by dragging my mouse cable. Alright, ZWD. An event where you go to a stadium and watch the original Harry Potter movie, except with no music, as a live orchestra will be playing the entire score. Wow, that's pretty nice. I wonder how boring it gets for them to do. Okay, same thing with the match. Hey, his cube. So same thing with the matches. Oh, is it not called matches? Oh wait, yeah, it is. Yeah, so here it is. So I don't particularly care about this, I think. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Get invalid matches for user. This just selects a couple of columns. I don't think that's going to matter either. I think this is going to save game results and probably save simulation results. What is this function? Save game results. No, actually save simulation doesn't matter for that, does it? What is this? Apparently does in order to select a few columns, but I guess if we're only selecting a few, we don't really need this. Glowing soul. Is there a way to full screen Twitch video? Yeah. Theater mode. Which Endorn said. Thanks, Endorn. Get bot coin rollups. Get replay brief information. This we might actually want. Yeah. Which movie is it, Telzy? That just the first one? And then get specific replay. Returns some other information here. Yeah, I guess so. These are the kinds of things that should probably also be made into classes here. And the other thing is, I feel like the construction of them should be obscured. So this should be happening in the database layer. I think that doing the deserialization directly in the database layer makes the most sense, since that way callers into the database don't have to worry about those details themselves. I'll write this on the refactoring list. It's gonna be wizard people. That would be amazing. There's an orchestra and Brad Neely. Hey, doing for lunch? Okay, so I decided on this day that I think the database layer should be doing simple deserialize from DB calls. This way I can test the code more easily, since the account server and the test server and the test code can just call into a function. I do that in 2 layers. One DB layer with a context and one with a repo. Yeah, this is something else I could do here is have a wrapper around the database that could turn these into the right objects. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I think that's an easy enough way to decouple later if I feel like it. Theater mode and browser full screen. Yeah, it is pretty nice that way. I think it's a bad idea to make an RPG as a first game or something smaller. Obviously, you'd learn a lot more from an RPG. I wouldn't say obviously you'll learn a lot more from an RPG. There's a lot of parts of every application you'll ever write that are just going to be like obnoxious and annoying to write. So things like a login system. A login system will teach you something the first time you do it. Then probably every other application you write is going to need some kind of authentication, and it's just going to be annoying to write. You've got to save users in the database. You've got to have good security around this. You've got to have a couple of inputs. You got to be able to like tab between the inputs. That's all really annoying to do. So with an RPG, there's going to be a lot of those systems, I feel, where you start to work on them and you're like, okay, I get the idea. And then an RPG is just like, oh God, we got to keep working on this for the next 2 or 3 weeks. And those I feel are stat management and an inventory system and potentially like replaying actions from a battle, something like that. Those are kind of interesting to write the first time, and then it's just not that great. So my only point there is I wouldn't look at an RPG as being a better learning experience. Now, is it good to tackle as a first game? Almost definitely no, unless you're using a system that makes it way easier to write RPGs. Because most RPGs are large games, and large projects are not good first projects. Services is deserialization you're talking about. Spits out objects that are just in your model library. Yeah, that's actually maybe it's worth doing that at first. Let me think about this, because right now I have this database code that could do something like this: return a bunch of database columns, and then another layer on top of this could deserialize it. I think that. First, let me think about this. Solution number 1. So problem: I need to be able to deserialize database columns into a class. So solution number 1 was just have my database layer do this. Man, my eyes are drying out. Botland is your largest project to date? Yeah, largest personal project. Why'd you put the date in this to do? Isn't the created tag enough? Yeah, it should be. I put it in there just in case I forgot the created tag, and I didn't forget the created tag. Also, every once in a while, I accidentally screw up those created tags. Yeah, so just have my database layer do this. It would look something like this. Return this dot connects dot then db object return real object dot deserialize from db object. So this would be the solution, one way of doing things. I guess solution number 2 would be have a layer on top of the database that does the deserialization. So that would look something like this. db.js returns this stuff. And then deserialization layer. Return this .db.get object. And then this same thing that's here. So I guess one of the issues with this, for me at least, is that there's another file you have to look at to figure out where this thing gets done. So yeah, pros and cons. Cons, database layer will have a ton of imports to get these real object. Right there in between those two, put another layer that just does create, read, delete, and update. And this is pros, simple to write, and everything is actually simple to write for both of these. Everything's in one place though. Wow, Maniac Bind, that seems like 50 minutes went by super quickly. But yeah, have a good day at work. See you, Mr. Bind. And yeah, pros, I suppose this is probably better abstraction. And cons, I end up with another file with incredibly simple functions. And I route everything through there. I think I'm leaning more toward solution one for right now. Just have everything in one spot. So liver dev trying, I look at things like this and I think that perhaps this could end up being better and that there's some other pros that I'm missing for right now. But in general, this is a very easy thing to split out later, given that it really would just be one line of code most of the time for me. So I might as well just throw that in here for now. That logic is flawed now. Having each file have a single responsibility is what it's all about. Otherwise, you put your code all in one file. It's not flawed logic. Everything is in one place. Saying that that's better is the flawed logic, and I don't agree that it's better. I think this is better abstraction. I'm just saying I think it's more practical for me to do solution one. I have a question. In unit testing, you use Chai with Mocha or just Mocha? I used Chai with Mocha as of Friday because I wanted to do some promise verification, and Chai as promise had better support for that. Then there's a problem that you have too many files. The problem with this is I don't think you'd end up with too many files this way. This layer would just be one extra file. What about an active record? I'm not sure what you're talking about there, K4. So in my mind, this is pretty minor how I could set this up. Like whether I choose solution one or solution two, changing to the other one at any point should be easy. And so I guess what I think about is what would be the fastest. No, type 10, I don't think either one of these would end up with too many files. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. Something like this. Active record like ORM for Node.js. Up to version 6? I wonder if it goes beyond version 6. Yeah, so this is an ORM that apparently follows a different sort of model. I don't think an ORM is going to be necessary for me for this. Also, I think it would involve changing a lot more at this point. Actually, an extension to connects, active connects. Yeah, and Spurman, I'm not reinventing an ORM. I'm just doing something that's relatively simple for my needs here. Yeah. Well, all right. I'll write down my thoughts around this here. One of the things that we talked about in chat around designing this was having an abstraction layer that deserializes values returned from the database. So I'll copy paste some of this. All right, let's take all of liver dev trying's messages here. There, I think these are all the relevant messages. How's my day? My day's going well. How about you, type 10? Explore more. Use automapper to quickly make the DB object model and then view models. Yeah, so I haven't actually used an RM for a project yet, and I don't want to start now with this. I think there could be a reason to start for some parts of the database, but yeah, at this point, I think I'm okay with this. All right, so we want some of this to return something different. Let me search for this. Yeah, here's where we do this stuff. So I'm going to need to select just the columns that I want for this. Can I think of one relevant example for Java? Huh. You use the same file in your Unity apps, your C# apps, and then copy paste for Java, Android stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. And making that abstraction in the future, like I said, it shouldn't be too bad to do. I will write this down here too, though. I think that is the benefit of having that sort of thing. That way, I guess you're not returning just JavaScript objects from this. But still, it needs to be in some format. I could have a serialized over the network or something. But yeah, if you're DAO. What is DAO? Data access object. The role mapper can be an inner class. So what I am doing here, I'm undoing some of the slightly bad design that I had before. So we're getting a step closer to how I think things could be in the perfect world, but I think getting that final step would take more refactoring than I don't feel like doing right now. Okay, so let's carry on. So save game results, I think that's as good a place as any to start here. We go to this. I'd really like to move some of this code out of here. Yeah, that makes sense. And again, I'll add this to the same thing I put here. So yeah, thanks for the input, everyone. And I don't want to sound like I'm ignoring all of this. I think there will be a time when I think, okay, time to maybe do this differently. And the reason I say maybe do it differently is because there's no reason to do anything in a good way if the game isn't getting any attention. So if, let's say, 7 months from now, Botland's going great, and I, hire more developers or something like that, then yeah, this is the kind of thing that can take priority. This reminds me, never mind. It's not worth sidetracking myself. I'll tell you what it reminds me. Oh, Avite, welcome back. And yeah, I can hire you as a developer. You're right. 7 months. Thanks, Havite. Thanks for the resub. Save game results. This isn't even in here. There, Istale. You can rearrange your name to be least heir. Istale. This would not be a good situation. Hey, Digi. And Thyroxine. Tried to find it on your website but couldn't find it. Are you using colocation for botland servers and web hosting, or cloud, and which one and why? I'm using AWS, and why is so that I wouldn't have to manage scalability myself. Well, not all of the scalability myself. Also, I don't know what you mean exactly by co-location for this. Service allows businesses to physically bring their servers. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'm definitely using the cloud. So I don't have the hardware. I wouldn't be able to scale that hardware. And that's the biggest reason I went with the cloud for that. Yeah, almost spells that backwards. You're right, still. I was last on during the sound streams. You get any settings in for music? I got the settings in, but I don't have the music, so the settings don't actually do anything. They're just no ops basically. So this slider is there. It just doesn't do anything. The rest of these work though. Well, maybe choose AWS and not Google Cloud. Google Cloud was more expensive, but actually the real decision was between choosing AWS, DigitalOcean, and Azure. And Azure is the most compelling one from a monetary perspective for me because I get $750 a month for free for the next 2 years. And yet I still went with Azure or AWS. And the reason I went with AWS is because I knew for sure it could do what I needed to do and that there'd be more resources for getting help. Those two things were really important. I didn't want to start using Azure and then find out, oh, there's some service missing and then have to backpedal to something else. And I didn't want to start using Azure knowing it could do what I wanted to do and then come to the point where I was like, I don't know how to do it and I can't find the resources on it. So AWS is more popular, so I figured there'd be more support and more people in chat who could help me with it. Now, looking back on it, it was silly of me to not know whether Azure could do what I needed it to do. I need some pretty basic stuff, load balancing, compute instances, some storage, some file serving. So yeah, I could definitely do this. And the reason I didn't really consider DigitalOcean is because I feel like they started as more of a VPS platform that's trying to move to a cloud platform as opposed to starting as a cloud platform. And yeah, I'm on BizSpark right now. So that's the $750 a month. And yeah, I don't think AWS is cheaper than DigitalOcean when you compare one service to another. So for example, EC2 on AWS is probably more expensive than DigitalOcean droplets. However, when you consider the total package of what you're getting and what you'd have to code yourself on DigitalOcean, it might be cheaper as a whole to go on AWS. Any of you lads have a link for the game? Oh, that. Oh, that's here, type 10, but the game's not online right now, if you're talking about botland. I mentioned that in the today command. So you can go to the page, it'll get served to you, but you can't actually log in. Okay, I'd like to split this function up a little bit too. And I think we can have some different parts of this. Nothing really throws an error here. And in general, what saving the game boils down to is get the current information, update the attacker, defender, the match information. Yeah. They're all just VPS, and you can configure it to be whatever you want it to be. Spin up a fresh instance and involve Nginx. Oh yeah, Kferbo. So I think in general some of that's easy, but some of it is not as easy, and it all depends on your technical expertise. So maybe you start using Nginx and then you run into a problem and you're like, I don't know how to do this, and Amazon just exposes some solution for you. Or maybe, I don't know, there could be any number of things where I just feel like it could work out to be cheaper for you to use AWS, even though it's not pound for pound cheaper. And yeah, type 10, that's what happens when you get purged. And you can say no with 9 O's. I don't think you can say it with however many you used. You used 14. Yeah, I think 10 is the limit. Huh. Yeah, I think this function is too much for right now. We'd have to piggyback off of this transaction though, and this is only ever done from this function, so me splitting this up would just make it a little more readable. Man. still a lot that's going to have to happen here. Where do we use this ongoing match? I have a feeling that anywhere we call save game results, we already have an ongoing match. Simulate game phase. Get ongoing match. Yes. Where else? Forfeit game. Get ongoing match. And that's it. That's it. So we have those things. We don't need to pull them again. And we would have had all of the information we'd need there too. Wait, an ongoing match has a match, not the other way around. So we would put this. Seems to make the most sense, yeah. I wonder if there's anything I would end up doing wrong by trying this out. Because we're only ever saving this for the attacker. So we would have this information already. It's done at the beginning. It's not done in part of a transaction though. I guess that's the issue. Yeah, okay. So note, we pull this from the database even though we likely already had to retrieve this once in order to realize that we were in a game. So that this is in its own transaction. Resilience against race conditions. Okay. So I could change this to just get the ongoing match, which we have something like that right here, but this doesn't take in a transaction. So I could start with this. Man, I think this is going to be tough. Yeah, maybe we start with that one. And the way I'd have to do this is I'd have to select basically all of the columns from both tables and then make both an ongoing match and a match and associate them correctly. WD, that was not an hour. But welcome back. Now let me think about something here. DB ongoing match. We're going to have some properties that come from this table. Things like an ID, a match ID. Let me put these all here. Match ID. all of these. There. Now this match ID, it could just be a match object. Oh, this is the wrong class. What am I doing? Hey, pepperoni. I assume this is SQL. Is it common to use functions for select commands and so on? I've only ever seen it used in normal strings. So I'm using a query builder called connects. And what this lets you do is target any number of different databases in your backend. So for example, actually it says it right here. So if I wanted to switch to something like Postgres, I could use the same query builder, and then this would build the queries for a different backend for the database. So an ongoing match would have a reference to a match. If I want to save this, I guess the match doesn't necessarily have to exist. And if it does, we serialize that too. But we don't really need the association, do we? Maybe we do. No Mongo? Mongo is not a structured query language kind of database. Mongo is the opposite. It is specifically called NoSQL, as in there is no structured query language. You don't have things like joins, and you don't have indexes or anything. Maybe you can have indexes, but as opposed to a SQL database. So yeah, they can't work that way. Hey, it also has migrations. Wow, look at that. Hey, Wraithy. Any advice or block? WD, how did you, out of curiosity, find this stream? Because I noticed you made your account very recently, and that's usually a red flag for me. Not only SQL? Okay, that's correct. I think in Mongo's case, though, there is no SQL there, right? I guess I shouldn't say that. I didn't realize what it stood for. But I have used Mongo before, and yeah, every once in a while I'm like, I want to do a join here. And that's kind of when you start realizing you shouldn't use Mongo for your project. But I'm not incredibly experienced in that. I only used it for 7 months. And I thought it was okay. Okay, so we would load these things in from here. Then we make a new ongoing match. We just remap all of these parameters. Yeah, this is what I think is silly. Yeah, I'm not saying Mongo doesn't have a purpose. I just think a lot of people treat Mongo as a replacement for a SQL database. Pro Sam. Playing spot the difference with one difference. All right, and then the match might exist here. Also, all of these should be params. All right, WG. I shouldn't have come up first, though, because I am not the top streamer in creative right now. I just wonder, your story sounds a tiny bit fishy, and that's enough for me to be on guard here. Because if you look at creative, there should be... What was it? I think Wheeze was streaming earlier, actually. Well, I don't know what happened. Anyway. Not first. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Well, basically, yeah. You triggered a bunch of warning bells in my head. So just if I ever ban you, you'll know why. Okay, so how much of this do I actually want a reference to the match here? It just might not exist. Okay. So then here we want to select pretty much everything. Number 2 it came down. Yeah, it looked to me like creative viewership has been dropping a bit on Twitch, but I'm basing this on just a couple of like flimsy metrics that I've been collecting myself. So this would be ongoing matches dot those things. No, type 10. I'm not gonna ban someone for being a new account. The problem is that there's been some very, how should I put this, bizarre trolling, and it usually happens from new accounts. The new IRL section. How is it new, EJ? Did they actually do something different with it? All right, so we have these things. It's actually a lot of properties here. Yeah, I don't like this. I definitely don't like this. I guess this is part of the reason to have an ORM, so you don't have to do this stuff. They ban anyone that goes outside? Wow. Type 10 says, what did that even accomplish? Trolling old accounts to make it worthwhile? So type 10, that's the thing though. If you ban an old account, I mean, unless you had the forethought to create like 100 accounts on a day and then use them to troll a specific stream way later, once you ban a lot of those old accounts, you get to the point where they can't use their old accounts anymore. They have to make new ones. And then if you got your guard up for new accounts, then you're usually fine. But yeah, type 10 in general, it's the goal here is don't allow the stream to be too sidetracked from trolls. I'd like to do this differently. Also, I don't even think this particular thing is going to work. I tried this last time, right? And I selected both of these things as ID. I would need to pick how I want these things saved. Yeah. Repeat offenders, typically. Since you're selecting all the fields, why not just do select ongoing matches.star and matches.star? I wanted to make things explicit and avoid doing select star, but yeah, you're right. I am just selecting everything. Part of the issue is I need to select these things. I actually wrote this down somewhere. Alias the entire table or select specific columns. Yeah, I gotta test this out again. Man, I made a connect test bed here. Yeah, so I just need to require this. And now I can do something like connect. I need to do this that I had here. So if I say ongoing matches.id, comma, matches.id, dot first, what does this return? Oops. There. Yeah, so it overwrites it. I gotta find a different way to do this. I guess I could say, I could just use as here. As test2. Yeah, that works. Okay. So this can be fixed by using a query like this. So let's get just the query part of this. So we want everything that's not the then, and we want to do toString here instead. And that's going to give us this query, which we copy paste in Sublime, then format. Matches ID, ongoing matches ID, something like that. Yeah. All right, see you, Tim. Take care. So this would have to be changed to as ongoing matches ID, and this would be as matches ID. And that'll avoid this collision that I might have. Then at the bottom of this, this is where I would convert this into the classes that I had made earlier. So I guess if all of the stuff about matches exists, I can make a match as well. But matches will always exist. So yeah, I guess first we deserialize that. But then the ID isn't necessarily going to be correct. Oh man, let me try something else out here. Test rest. I want to try something. Okay, so if we have some object with name Adam and some like object ID 1, and we have a function print object which takes in an object and stringifies it, and then we call print object on that object, we're going to see 1 and Adam print out, except we've got a comma. So that works. What if I do things this way? This should just inject. Oh wait, we don't have the spread operator. Alright, well whatever. Then we should put this into some other class where I will have this. Let's just put it into main. So let's just get rid of all of that. That's not gonna work actually. We need to just do this. There. And now, just move this over to here and clear out of this stuff. So it should build. Yeah, there we go. And then it should print, yeah, okay, that's what I expected. So then this does work fine. What if this already had ID on it? So what if the ID of this thing was 5? What precedence is taken here? Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, so I need to overwrite this myself. Why not just toString? So toString will call an object's toString. You have something like person, and you eventually have a toString function here, and it might say return Adam. But maybe the way you constructed this, it's got some properties on it. So I can show you the difference here. Const atom equals, or let's say, so here's this one, Bob, and then stringify and Bob toString. And we save this somewhere. So yeah, you can see the difference here. What stringify does is it takes all of the properties that this has and enumerates them with their values. What toString does is it just calls the toString function. So if you had something like, well, just name, it's not that great, but if you say something like age equals math.random, even though toString might return your name, you might want to see what are all the properties, in which case you'll also get things like age and whatever other values you might have in there. Yeah, so I don't want to do things this way. So first we make a match. This is kind of frustrating because, so we know these things are going to be equal. I guess just getting this as match ID would be okay. But I'd like to at some point be able to just get this as ID. Maybe we take it from match ID if that exists, or matches ID, and if that doesn't exist, we just use ID. That's probably not bad. Thought you were actually using the string in something. Using stringify over toString made no sense. Oh yeah, no, I'm just doing it to see what values are in this. It's like a pseudo debugger almost. And then const ongoing match equals ongoing match dot deserialize. So something along these lines, and then we return the ongoing match. So now we need to include these properties. Import match from match ongoing match. So now that exists, but then these classes haven't been filled out. Yeah. And does make me wonder about an ORM here. Also, I think an ORM would save me a whole lot of typing. I wonder what impact it would have on performance, because I need to figure out how these are used underneath. And I know you specify this whole one-to-many and what column something has and what they translate to. But then every time it needs to get fetched, are you just fetching everything from the database? So if you want a user and a user has a bunch of items, is it fetching all of that? Do you specify you want that stuff? Maybe you just make a model for user with items and a model for user. Yeah, I still don't think now is the time to switch to that though. So then here's everything in matches. There, this. So I would do the same thing here. Any ORM recommendations for Node? There are a bunch that you can use. There's Bookshelf, there's Sequelize. Someone just linked in a couple today too that I had heard about, but I can't necessarily recommend them since I haven't used them. So all I'm telling you is that a bunch exist and people have recommended all the different kinds. I'll link you to a couple of the ones I just talked about. So there's this one. There's Bookshelf. Those are a couple of them. All right, how do I keep forgetting this? Okay, so taking it from the database now, we would return a new match that has all of these things set. Hey, my uncle, how's it going? I went one line too far down. There we go. So the ID needs to be pulled in as db ongoing match dot match ID and then db ongoing match dot ID. So first try to pull from the match ID property in case. Hey Badr. How's my day? My day's going well so far. I think that the work that I'm doing is not necessarily exciting right now and that it's really necessary to get some other things done. And I'm a bit worried that it's all just going to kind of crumble apart. So I'm a bit anxious right now, but I think things are going okay. Good wrapper to get social feeds? Hey, token card. I don't know of one. I guess it's like the RSS reader of social networks. Good idea, Mushmouth. First try to pull from the match ID property in case we had joined with the ongoing matches table. So then this ID just gets put here, in which case we don't even need this. There. So these things we can just save directly. I think that's fine. This makes sense. Then for ongoing match, we will have a bunch of IDs from, well, we got to do that same thing that I just did here. So we paste this here, but this will change to just matches. This should not have been called ongoing match. And then we get all the properties we need for that. Oh, we don't have attacker ID or defender ID. Or attack game metrics or defense game metrics. Although none of these will exist, they won't be correct. They'll just be IDs. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this. Because this in itself will be a pointer to something. Not even really a pointer, it's just going to be a number. So I would need to hydrate these things too. Yeah. I guess I am kind of just implementing my own ORM. Let's see, because some of this, do I even need some of it? Like, is this used anywhere? Attack game metrics. I don't think it is, and I don't know why I fetched this to begin with then. Yeah, something like this is probably largely unnecessary. Unless it's used on the client somewhere for something. No, it's not. I basically just don't ever touch this. So it shouldn't be necessary. Anti-meta tape. Well, 20 seconds is definitely better. Actually, what's your usual latency, Spurtman? Okay, let's think about this for a sec. So if we're really not using this anywhere, then we should get rid of it. Why would I have put this here? This is why having some integration tests would be helpful, because I could just remove this, run all of my tests, and if they still pass, then I know that I wasn't using this anywhere. Usual is 15 to 25. That's not bad then. So this shows up in just a few places. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter because I just wrote this. So it's one of these. So every time we try to use this, I'm assuming we get this in the exact same function. Yeah. So that's one place where it's fine. Here's another place where it's fine. Here's a place where it doesn't matter. And here's a place where it doesn't matter. dbresp 0. Yeah, cool. Well, then that's gone. So attack game metrics and defense game metrics. We don't need this stuff anymore. What about the skill deltas? The attacker ID and defender ID? We very likely use those. It'd be very hard to ensure that that's the case. Yeah, no, we do that. Yeah. Not in the one below chat, type 10, in the one on the video for Twitch, or just underneath the video. Hey, Dev. Did you really click that? That's pretty funny. I just meant for it to be an obvious joke. It's going well, Dev. I'm working on some annoying stuff. So we can pass in this match here. This is not technically part of the ongoing match. Yeah, I feel like this should just be passed in differently, maybe. Hey, Chromium. My latency is 0. Okay, I'm gonna look some things up. Okay. I think I should still pursue this in the way that I was trying to do things originally. And I should get this working. And if it means doing something relatively specific, then I think that's fine for now. So this takes in the database response and the match that we'll have gotten, which, do we ever get ongoing match from a place where we don't want match information? Because in that case, we're going to have an issue. But I don't think we ever run into that case. Yeah, I think this is the generic case here. Okay, let's try that then. And making this relationship between the two should probably just not be done. We should probably just do this. Ongoing match dot set match match. We could take it in from the parameters, but we could default this to null. Why are my commands not working? This is a match. All right, cool. So then as for the rest of these, we do something similar to this, but with different parameters. Yeah. This is going to be annoying, very annoying. So as for ID, we can get rid of that. All of these we can change. Let's just bulk copy paste this and hope that they line up correctly. Match ID, yep, primary, secondary name, defense attack, yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I copy pasted them in the same order the first time too. Yeah, then this is wrong. This is not match ID, nor was it ever even called match ID, was it? It was matches ID. Let's just call it match ID, because they should be the same thing. This is equal to ongoing matches.match ID. So it's okay if we override this value. Since they're equal. Great. So then that needs to be named correctly, of course. This needs to be match ID. And then that means this ongoing matches ID. Maybe we call it ongoing match ID. Yeah, that's probably a little bit better. Okay, so yeah, we got this. What kind of font is this? Is that a funny joke? Did anybody laugh at that when they read that? How about if you want a description, I would say you should take it from the What is Botland video, just the first few sentences maybe, something like, Spotland is an online strategy game with a focus on automation. In the game, you create bots out and write their AI. This is the simplest possible pitch I could give for this. You can expand on it how you want. I mean, you've seen the game enough times. You could write a description that's a couple more sentences if you want, or I could try to give you something more official. Okay, so now that we have this, now every caller of this is going to be wrong. Hooray. Sure, how about? Yeah. So set this. This is not a DB ongoing match, though. This is just an ongoing match now. And what am I talking about? Oh yeah, no, this is right. Okay, fine. Ongoing match. Hey, Capillara. Gaps. Okay, so anywhere that we had DB ongoing match is going to be removed. Let's make sure that all of those are places that we are going to update. Yep. And there are a lot of them. Hooray. Well, let's start. So ongoing match dot get defender ID. Because I shouldn't have to worry about how this is done. We should just have a way to do this. There is no defender ID. This comes from the this comes from the match. And there would have to be a match for us to get to forfeit game. Get ongoing match for user. What? Where's forfeit game? Get ongoing match. Where do we check to see that there was an ongoing match? How do you forfeit a game you weren't part of? Oh, because save game results covers it? I feel like that shouldn't be a thing, but it... Where do we make sure this exists? Where is forfeit? Huh, something's wrong. Yeah, weird. There's a way, so what, something needs to error when you try forfeiting a match that you weren't taking part in. And I think the only thing that can do that is save game result. And yet I don't see that code here. Yeah, I think this is wrong. I don't ever check to see if this exists. Okay, let's test something. So let's just call into forfeit manually. Do we have a forfeit API? Of course not. Why would we? Well, it should be pretty easy to do this. We just go into any API and we change it to forfeit. So we post to forfeit with our token. We don't have a token here. Okay, fine. So let's do this first. Cool. Then post to something that actually, let's just make a new API. Save defense. Yeah, we'll duplicate this. And we'll name this new one forfeit game. So we post to forfeit. We don't need a defense. we need our token, and we hit save and send. And it says we forfeited correctly. Then we hit send again, and it says internal server error. So where's this error coming from? Cannot read property defender ID of undefined. Yeah, no wonder. Seems a bit silly. A plain bagel. I thought this was related to that seagull joke somehow, even though it wouldn't make any sense. This is what's wrong. Yeah, this is definitely what's wrong. We need to do this everywhere. This should just be middleware. DB ongoing match. So if you try simulating a game, if you try saving a game, or you try forfeiting and you're not part of it, then it should stop this from working. We could have this just fail directly. Yeah, if this is null. There must be somewhere where I do rec res next and I don't have, whoops. And I don't have rec as the first argument. Where would that be? Here's how we could do this. We just search for this and then we delete all those lines. Yeah, so here we go. Here are the 4 places where I bind an argument first. So we should just do the same thing here. Something like require match to exist. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. This is a great idea. Require match to exist. So we'll put a param for that. That is of type Boolean. That. If true, will return a failure response from this middleware when the match doesn't exist. This is useful for pretty much everything. I don't know when this would ever be false. Where do we use this? Content. Oh yeah, okay, fine. This is useful for APIs like forfeiting, saving a game, etc., where you can't do so unless there's already an ongoing match. So for matchmaking, we want that to be false. For everything else, we want it to be true, I think. Did I just bind that wrong? Yes, I did. This should be true as well. And that's everything. Forfeit and simulate. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, then great. So here, we do this. We say if, I don't even say if here. Then we get rid of the check from everywhere else. What's the key in the middle of your keyboard split? If it's a key, it's the zoom. I don't know why you would do this from your keyboard. Also, I shouldn't have demonstrated that on Sublime. Now I need to find my original size. I think that was it. Is this it? Yeah. I like the Yank translation for all of these. Roseanne. Yeah, well, there are also buttons down here that let me switch between tabs. That looks kind of funny in the keyboard camera. Mesmerizing. And in case you ever wanted to spawn the calculator faster, look at that. It's open. Well, it doesn't get the focus for some reason. It'd be nice if you could just press the calculator button and start typing, but you can't. So yeah, if this doesn't exist, then we need to throw an error. But we want it to be a 404 specifically. I guess that should just be another set of middleware. Yeah, it should be. Oh, fine. I take this all back. ensure ongoing match exists. Rec res next. This should be used after get ongoing match for user for APIs. Well, this is a better way to format everything. Now we get rid of this. Now we get rid of the binds. So this goes away, this goes away, and this goes away. Cool. Or null. It's up to subsequent middleware to exist to fail the request if we expect this to exist. Hey, sorcerer. Who needs a calculator when you have the node REPL? Well, let me think. What if I change the calculator button to spawn the node REPL? Would that actually be better? No, because I need to use the up arrows and stuff. What should I have for dinner? Don't worry, I got your back. I guess I should write food after this stuff. I'm not even going to come up with other options. These are just the first things that came to my head. I don't know why that's funny to me, but yeah, now you have to have one of those, whatever people vote on. I'm actually going to vote here. Let's go with this one. Let's not overdo it. Well, too bad, it's been overdone. No Tale of Four Gamers. It's just these options. You're getting more votes than I get for Botland stuff on here. So desoxyephedrine, you know you have to stick to this now, right? The other day, actually, this happened to me. I'll show you a picture. I went into Ski Dog's stream and I said, what should I eat for dinner? And Ski Dog said Italian food, and that's when I ended up with this. Good old chicken and rigatoni. It was delicious, by the way. So you have to abide by the poll. Hey, Fuchita. Well, this'll make you expand your horizons. Although probably not, because it says Mexican food, and you've probably had that before. No pizza with pineapple? No. Yeah, no. I don't want to get pizza necessarily. Okay, so now that this is done, we just do this here. We get the ongoing match. So get BL info ongoing match. Here it is. Desoxyephedrine, I now demand a picture of whatever food you end up eating. That way we know you abided by the poll. Some tasty Hawaiian burgers, sure. I don't know. It wasn't supposed to be a scientific poll. It was just something to spark some ideas. This is like when you flip a coin and you decide midair, when the coin's in midair, not you, that you want a particular option. If is nil ongoing match. Actually, this might not exist, in which case we'd have thrown an error here. So get ongoing match for users should probably also have that. So if this is null, wait, it's not null though, it's just not defined? No, maybe it is defined. Where's the connects test bed? Here it is. So let's try something. Let's try getting a user, connects users dot blah blah blah, where ID equals 11111, which doesn't exist. And then we're going to do dot then db resp console.log dbresp. We got undefined. But if I say just 1 here, we should get a bunch of stuff. Cool. So yes, this is if is nil dbresp return null. Flip a coin while skydiving. Then you hit the ground first. And yeah, Tim, but I feel like my general rule is if I'm ever going to have randomness decide something for me, that I have to stick to the randomness. So I'll bias it every once in a while. Like let's say, should I eat an apple or an orange is the question. And I really want an orange, so I want an orange. First of all, you should probably just eat the orange if that's what you want. But if that's what you're thinking you want and you're not totally sure and you could be convinced, then you ask someone, pick a number from 1 to 100. And if they pick something less than 36 or 66, you go with an orange. Otherwise, you go with an apple. And that way you bias their answer. But they could still pick something like 70 and then you have to eat an apple. Regardless, whatever they pick, you have to eat that thing. You have to. Otherwise, why'd you give them a choice? Pro tips with Adam. Straw poll is not random. Yeah, it's not random, but you gave someone else a choice. It's random to you. Is there a Mexican pizza? Do you even have to choose that? Mexican food won. That means you have to go with Mexican food. You Ninja Heart. Okay. So if is nil, then we return rest.send 404 that there was no ongoing match. I wrote something here a while ago for this, but I apparently deleted it. No, here it is. No ongoing match was found. Yeah. So we could just say no ongoing match found for user. We could make sure that this only happens when we have a user ID. In fact, I think that has to be the case. Yeah. So for matchmaking, this isn't necessary. For these things, it is. Yeah. And that's it. Okay, cool. So this has a 404 here. We need their user ID. Otherwise, next. No, type 10, I already said that. I want picture proof already. Otherwise, you can never ask me for lunch advice again, desoxyephedrine. Never. And we all know I have the best lunch advice. Spinach pizza. 100% of the time. So that other 404 that we had of ongoing match, this one is no longer needed because now it will definitely exist. Yeah. Perhaps the game was just updated when that happens all. I should probably write that here. Note. Well, no. I don't think it's worth it, actually. All right, cool. You can ask Spiritman for the pretentious names of things. Do we ever check for this? If you don't even have an ongoing match, then we need to contact the matchmaker. Okay, that's fine. What about here? Yeah, there's nothing here. This is a mistake wrapped in a bad idea. Also, this is not even possible, right? Save simulation results. Yeah, that wouldn't have... Huh. Maybe it was just a copy-paste error at some point. Who knows? Okay, well now that that's all done, we need to get the rest of ongoing match equals all of these. And I started with this one. That's done actually. What about this one? That is also done. Okay, not bad. 2 of them are finished. db ongoing match dot get defender ID. Get num phases simulated. Num phases? What is this called? Oh, this is part of the match. Match dot num phases. All right, yeah, both of these should be in this other class. Get this dot phases simulated and this dot defender ID. Cool. So the match better exist for that. Okay, so that should be done. Then we pass this as a parameter into simulate game phase. Yeah, that makes sense. But then we need to serialize it. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Endoran. I don't know what's going on today. Man, good. Good job. You're paying attention. Yeah, it's on Monday. It just isn't happening. I wonder why. So this is where we would serialize this. And this is where things are going to be just super obnoxious. So I guess we expect the match to be set. Hey, swine. So we can serialize all of these things, and then the match itself would need to be serialized as well. But that's where this won't work. No, I guess it would. And then the match would be this .match.serialize. And then static deserialize. Oh boy. All right. Well, match needs a serialize function as well. So I guess we need to copy paste all of these things. This is where an ORM would help. And then when it comes to deserializing this, we return a new ongoing match with all of those same parameters. Match doesn't really need to be set there exactly. In fact, we'd probably say this way. Did I ever get your whisper? Oh, I think I did a long time ago about my BattleNet ID, right? I don't think I know what it is though. Yeah, Swine, you should just give me yours and then I can add it. Wait, what was that video you watched, Type 10? You haven't even seen this year's video. Hacking tutorial. Bringing Twitch chat experience to uploads. Wow, neat. That's not me, type 10. It's definitely not me. Okay. Add swine on bnet. We need match. Match dot deserialize. Hey Loki, how's it doing? How's it doing? How's it going? What am I? Dot serialize match. Set match match. Return ongoing match. Cool. Great. Well, that's everything. So next is when we get into here, we need to specify this as serialize ongoing match. Ongoing match dot serialize. It's doing well. Great. Glad to listen it. We call simulate on the game server. The game server used to get a DB ongoing match. Now it's going to get a serialized ongoing match. It'll deserialize it. It'll have the prototype that it needs. Okay. So where's the client for that? Here. We just put all these params there and we call it a simulate. So then game server needs a rest server here. It should have one for simulate. Yep, simulate game phase. And it gets this, which no longer exists. So this changes to serialize ongoing match. And it needs to be, instead of an object, oh, actually it will be an object. Yeah. That video took a very long time to make, type 10. Okay, then DB ongoing match gets passed in here. Do we do any deserialization here? No, not really. Okay, so that gets called into this simulate game phase. We get DB ongoing match. This doesn't even exist anywhere. Where was this ever used? Yeah, wow. That would mean that this was just never accessed. Not once. That's problematic. Huh. Yeah, weird. Okay, fine. Oh wait, no, we pass in the rest of the params here. So we get a phase simulator. Phase simulator uses it. Ah, here it is. And this is where everything goes south. Okay, great. So I know what I'm doing now. It all converged somewhere. This is why I designed everything, so that I didn't have to think and I could just be on autopilot for a while. So we need these things, which are going to need to be saved differently. I should have started at the beginning with this. Get serialized defense. Serialized defense. Same thing with the attack. Get the number of phases simulated. Get the computer level. Where is computer level? I wrote this down somewhere. It's in matches. Okay, so we go over to match and we add this. Great. So that should be done over in the phase simulator. Okay, great. Now DB ongoing match still needs to go away. We didn't even have this defined correctly. We need a match. We need an ongoing match. Well, I'm glad you liked it, Type 10. Like I said, it took a long time to do because of how much I had to memorize for that. But I think it was worth it. Oh, what am I doing? This just needs to be ongoing match. And then, yeah, this changes too. Get defender ID. That one's already been written, thankfully. What about this? Attacker bots placed. That's got to exist over here. Yeah, it does. Okay. So, get num attacker bots placed. I don't like when that happens. Yeah, they're the April Fool's videos. This year's April Fool's, I think, was very fun. The other ones that you saw, the hacking tutorial wasn't for April Fool's. I just did that on a whim. The world record video was an April Fool's joke, and there was one other on-stream April Fool's joke that year, right? Oh, Boatland, that's right. Yeah. Oh God, Boatland. That spawned a meme in this channel that hasn't gone away since April 1st of 2016. Oh, the pink theme, that was for Valentine's Day this year, and that was a mistake. Man, I got such a headache from that day. Who thought staring at purple text all day would give you a headache? Apparently not the creator of Purple Haze. Alright, wait, so what did I just write? Get num attacker bots placed, and this presumably, yep, that's right. Okay, so in the phase simulator, we say this DB ongoing match is just ongoing match. Journal comes from the match? Wait, what? No, it doesn't. That doesn't. Wait a second. Do replays? Oh, replays have a journal. Okay, got it. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, so then we have a get journal. But this is going to be the string that represents that journal. So it's really the serialized journal. I should probably make that clear. Yeah, we should. So everywhere that we do this, we are going to, hang on a second. All right, now I screwed up. That. Yeah. Which means it needs to be passed incorrectly, but you never directly construct this. So serialized journal. Tale of Four Gamers. You know what actually tastes pretty good? Chicken nuggets and honey. Just straight up honey. I know people have honey mustard on them, but it's also delicious with honey. Okay, so we have all of these. We need this ongoing match. Get serialized journal. When's the next Portal stream? I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to happen, to be honest. We really should do it. Well, you should try at least one with honey then, Tale of Four Gamers. Hey, Codebreaker. What'd you miss? Nothing. Pro Sam, don't knock until you try it. Hey, Deadbringer. Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Report back in 30 minutes. I'm still waiting for desoxyephedrine to get back with the Mexican food poll. I have a feeling he's going to deviate from the plan. But I won't be deviating from the ban. Yeah. More on stream threats. Okay, I think all of these have been changed, which is good news. So then this whole API will have been done. The next thing that needs to be done is forfeit game, I think. Load match if existing. So this would all need to change. This is just ongoing match though. What is this Mexican food poll? Desoxyephedrine said, what should I have to eat? And I made a very quick poll and said, you have to abide by this now. Hey, Timon. Bought a house, moved in 3 months ago. Wow. Nice. Congrats. Honey Anonymous? Gonna be like Honey Eaters Anonymous? Get serialized defense. Assign what? No. This is bad. This is definitely bad. No, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Put bots and chips directly into the return object so that matches what happens when it comes from the matchmaker route. Only honey addicts would correct me. Alright, let me think of how this should be done. We deserialize this to get bots and chips in here so that when we get it from the matchmaker, it's the same way. I don't like this at all. Opponent details, serialized defense. Yeah, this is where everything should change. Yeah, I don't like this. So we're going to need to change this. Make sure this returns a proper saved defense that's been serialized. The old code used to be something like this. We would get all of the redundant properties in here. Why is it the most hated emote? I know it's associated with cringeworthy sayings, but I only ever heard of it being banned from the very large streams like E3. Do people actually dislike it? Yeah, this all needs to be changed so that what's returned here to the client is usable information. So this is just going to be broken for right now. Hey, Masterful Play. Yeah, I'm working on a game called Botland, and there's a video about it there. There's also the FAQ here. The game is not online right now, and probably won't be online until either tomorrow or Wednesday. Recful has it banned? Wow. Surprised. I guess it's just getting abused in some channels. That's probably why. Now driving a company leased vehicle twice as large as my old car. I see. Yeah. That's good, Deadbringer. Good, good, good. Are you happy with your house, by the way? I'm not going to touch this part for now. I want to get... So here's the ongoing match. We need get ID, get ongoing match ID. Goodness.id. This is the ID that corresponds to the ongoing matches table, not the matches table. And this is a number. And then both of these should just be in quotes. That has 2 seats. I was on a unicycle. Now I've got a bicycle. I know that's not 2 seats or 1 seat. I still think it'd be funny though. Alright, so ongoing match dot get ID. So we're still searching for these. Okay, so they're all gone. So then contact matchmaker needs to change. Yeah, this is where things get pretty annoying. We have all the match stuff. We don't have saved defense and saved attack. Modify the flow of this so that it returns save defense and save, no, well, save defense. Oh, this doesn't look like a very large car, but looks good. So for modifying this flow, let's take a look. We go to the database wrapper, and this was all happening from what API exactly? Create match. Yeah, create match. All right, time to get rid of all of this stuff. Yeah. And just hope the game still works. Yeah, Codebreaker. Thanks, Indoor. Yeah, type 10. Remember, there's a command for everything. Gotta think about this. We parse this to get bots and chips. I want this to be a proper class. Oh, nice. How many square feet is that? 850. Okay, that's something I can understand. Yeah, it's really good. And what is that? Oh, I see. Okay, Kona. Okay, just because I want to use feet. So I think in the future what we'll do here is we'll parse this into a saved defense object. So not what I've got here, because this is kind of ridiculous. And then we won't need any of this stuff. So these are all the things that used to exist here. Oh, there are two different ways this happens. Yeah, this correlation should really... Oh man, it's going to be annoying. Yeah, then when we serialize it back to the database, we're going to lose that correlation. Oh, all right, Dysauxephedrine, you better have a picture. Banned. That wasn't even a choice. Also, what kind of sentence is this? This place I eat at. If you were only going to go to one place, why'd you ask what kind of food you should get? I don't understand. Wow, alright. Well, here's straw poll number 1. Let's have straw poll number 2. Serbian food instead of Mexican food, as the first straw poll dictated. Alright, I'm going to start by voting no. I don't think you should be banned. But it looks like I'm getting vastly outnumbered here. Hey, Sir Momster. We want blood. That's too bad. I've got to do it, right? 62%. Hey, Bull Noack. Alright, so what's up next? We need the save defense part. And then this needs to return the right thing. Complete serialized. We stringify it for what? Saving it in the database? Yeah. Then we have some way to remove all the private information from it. Yeah, okay. So I think also removing private information from a saved defense should take place in that class. Hey, Toulouse. Who types the ban command? Actually, sometimes you have to do that because the person you want to ban hasn't actually typed a message yet for you to click their name. For example, when you see a really, really racist name follow you, you have to ban them before they start typing stuff in chat. And hey, J-Bugsy. Okay. Yeah, so we need to use the save defense class. The ban race. Yeah, I don't like the ban race. Especially because I rarely win the ban race. Good idea, Ninja Heart. And you're right, that doesn't work in this case. Hey, blind one. Okay. Let's get to it. So this defense object is not what we're going to do. And even the serialized defense, There are actually a couple of different ways this will be done. One is a saved defense for the defender, and one is a saved defense for the attacker. For the defender, it just has things like bots and chips. What to think about this? Hey, Judge Bacon, long time no see. I was just talking about you yesterday with Horforia, because Horforia was playing Realm of the Mad God, and I had mentioned how he used to play with you. How are things going? It wasn't really gossip. I feel like that has a negative connotation. Okay, so save defense will originally contain just chips and bots. So let's take a look at what that looks like. We do select serialized defense from users where ID equals 1. Then we get this. So we have bots and chips. I guess we can write it that way. Bots and chips for the defender. Then when you attack them, the way that it works right now, where do I even do this? There's phase 0 and there's phase 1. So I need to load this up and kind of just hope everything works. So we click attack. We forfeit. Next battle. All right, so now Adam 2 was the user. Where does this get saved? Describe ongoing matches. Here it is. Okay, so select serialized defense from users where attacker. Nah, I can't do things this way. We need to select it this way. This ain't gonna work. All right, time to find another way around this. Not much difference than the last time I was here. How are things? Things are going well. I was showing people there is the newest recap video for the people who haven't been here in kind of a while. If you scroll to the bottom of this list, recap number 31. Does your MySQL return JSON? So in a couple of cases, yes, it does. Because I figured normalizing this data would take me much longer, and I wasn't sure how it was going to end up. Now I have more of an idea for how it ended up, but I still haven't normalized it. Anyway, this video is for people who already know about Botland and haven't been following for any time in the last 5 months. It covers pretty much everything that's been done in 2017, or at least the big features, the ones worth talking about. Yeah, Loki, I still plan on merging them at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it. Maybe I should just do it all manually. Okay, so we need to find matches. We'll get the newest one where it's, yeah, this one. And that's match ID 54. So then ongoing matches, 54. We have this, serialized defense. We need to copy this, except for doing that is apparently impossible. There we go. Copy field. So when you first attack someone, it can look like this. Well, this is a different defender. Yeah, and then this has a bunch of extra data. So we'll just get one of these bots. So there's that, X, 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 X. And we'll delete from here to here. And then chips. Perfect. Okay. That's good, Sir Monster. Is that all generated by a stringify then? Yeah, it is. All right, then the next thing is to attack a little bit. So these just have teleport. So what I need to do is I need to make bots that do nothing. Like these, and I put down a couple of them and I hit commence, and then we take a look again. What is this now? So now it's going to be a ton of stuff. We're going to have code. We're going to have... What else? So we want to delete from here all the way until chips. Does that even exist? No. Is there a CPU here? There is. Oh boy. Okay, well there are no chips. So I guess we just delete all of this. When you finish a phase, we start serializing entities directly. All right, so there are 3 different formats for this. It's a little frustrating. Do you have any cheat or hack protection? Yeah, so everything takes place on the server. That in itself is really the cheat protection. So in a lot of games that you'll play, like imagine you're playing, I don't know, Bejeweled or something like that, some kind of game where, or Tetris even, chances are you're not running everything through a server. You're probably just trusting that, yeah, the user got these blocks and they did these things and here's their score in the end. And all you really care about is, hey, what's that score you got? So there's no cheat protection there. If I were to just say, oh yeah, let me post to the scores API that I got like some giant value, the server might be like, well, this is absurd. But if you trim this down to something that's reasonable, maybe it says, yeah, okay, cool, there's your high score. And now you're first in the world. So instead, on Botland, the way things work is all of your actions are run through the server. And the server's validating them as they're being performed. Wait, what is this in response to? So no. And by the way, you can test this out if you want when Botland's online. You can try setting your life higher than it should be or trying to use things you don't have access to. And if you find a bug, definitely let me know, but you shouldn't be able to do things that you don't have access to. Okay. There's no code above. This is the expanded form where we have compressed code, hardware, and cosmetics. The code needs to be removed before being sent to an attacker. And then here, this is the fully expanded form that has serialized entities. Yeah, Type 10, that's the kind of thing you should try to do, definitely, before the game's released. Try to get more money than you should have access to, anything like that. Hey, Ski Dog. I told the Italian food story because Desoxyephedrine said, what should I have to eat? And we did a straw poll, and then he didn't abide by the straw poll. Oh, I see. I thought you meant... All right, never mind. Yeah, that is a weird way of saying that. Also here. Oh, Hideo won. So should I have three different structures for this, or what? Should I have 3 different classes to represent this? There could be something like saved defense, saved, what would this one be? This is like moderately expanded. Saved expanded defense, phase 0, and saved expanded defense, phase 1. I think that's going to be very confusing. Something like this. Yeah, type 10, this is the guest bedroom, and you probably can't really tell from here. Yeah, I don't think you can see it. If I angled the camera down though, you'd see there's a bed behind me, just on the floor. You don't have a bed frame for this room. So if I were to do all three of these, how would this change things? I guess this would be an initial defense, which we would get back here. And this is coming from what? Create match? Yeah, so create match gets this. It gets defense object with code, it removes it. And this has to accommodate two different ways. Yeah, so that could make sense. Yeah, I totally think that could make sense. You could see the pillow. Yeah, earlier you probably could see it. And Mother's Day is this Sunday. Just FYI, everybody. Then load if existing would return a different one. So the ongoing match would need to save this differently depending on how many phases have passed, and it would need to know about this. That could make things tough. Hey, Batman. Three classes at first be a good idea. Well, two of them should just extend from the same thing. $14.5K bits. Yeah, I would not try to get that if I were you. Having three would be a good idea. Two should extend to the same base class. And then the way we start this is going to be a lot of work. We just pursue this from the beginning here with save defense. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go use the bathroom really fast. I'm going to work on this for another probably like 40 minutes, something like that. And then I'll take my lunch break. So this bathroom break is just going to be very short. So I'll be right back. This opened on the wrong screen. I'm back. Don't tell him no. Save defense, saved initial defense for attacker, and saved defense for attacker. I wonder what would be similar between these things. Not a ton. Yeah, not a ton of this. I would have read chat anyway, Desoxyephedrine. What, Dev? I've been saying your name correctly. You told me to say Dev. Okay. Yeah, that's fair tale of four gamers. I tend to like the combination of fruit and meat. So I like even just putting, I don't know, like cranberries on turkey, for example. To me, I think that's a good combo, but some people are like, no, no, get fruit away from that. So yeah, with honey and chicken, I think it's kind of the same way. It's something sweet, something savory. Okay. So I could make these classes. I would then need to think of how do I want ongoing match to work with this. Ongoing match, I guess, would always point to a serialized defense for an attacker because it's an ongoing match. Yeah. Have you tried peanuts with honey and salt? I've had honey roasted peanuts. I think, right? Those are a common thing, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. I've had these before. Whoa, ski dog. Thanks for all the bits. Man, that's like it's like 60 times the amount that I got last week. All in one message. Alright, see you, Capillara. Yeah, and you gave me 4524. Nice. Or 6,032. I can't even read my own message. I'm still in the design part of this where I'm floundering a little bit just to figure out am I happy with this? And I think so. So make the make the 4 saved defense classes. And then consider changing ongoing match to point to save defense for attacker classes. Hey, Kadoku. Is the bot giving points for bits? No, it's not. Why don't you play D3? I'd love to play D3 with you. I didn't want to get into it. I'd probably have fun. I don't know. At this point, I feel like it's too much of an investment, and I'd probably play too much. If I'm ever done streaming as a programmer, yeah, maybe I'd start to pursue games like that, and I might try out D3 and play with viewers or something. The other thing is, if I play with viewers, I like having an experience where we're all kind of on the same level. So I know in Diablo 3 we could all start new characters, but you guys would have a lot more game knowledge than I would. And at that point, it would be like, you're there, but you're probably waiting for me to sort of catch up. Alright, how would I deserialize this if I were to? Because I have this serialized defense, but I wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything with it. Just get that information. Also, we don't know for sure that you even want to use this. Man, I don't know, Ninja Heart. The way I look at itemization in Diablo games, there are a bunch of items with random mods. So what's really happening is every day there's some number of probably hundreds of thousands of items that get generated, and of those it's going to be a bell curve. There's going to be some that are really good, maybe like 5 of them, some that are really bad, and a lot of mediocre ones that people don't even consider selling. So if you're putting an extra like 5 of the best items on the auction house every day, I just feel like it kind of undermines the rest of the bell curve in Diablo. Okay, Tim. Yeah. Where else is there ongoing match? The database wrapper gets whatever it needs. But it does need serialized defense in a bunch of places, right? Serialized defender entities. That would have to change. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see this working. I think some of this is gonna... So make sure you can edit your defense in this new system. Make sure you can attack someone else in this new system. Phase 0, phase 1, and beyond. And then clean up and check in. And there's one other part of this that needs to happen. What is it? Oh yeah, for this. Modify the client to use the new classes like ongoing match and saved defense. Make sure the client is also using saved attack. Yeah, we should just start with one of these though. We already have saved defense. So we use it in create match in the database wrapper. Right here. We'd probably change it though before we even got to this point. It'd probably be where you save your defense. Yeah, that's what we should do. Yeah, Tim, you shouldn't pay attention to this. Because all the completed items get removed from this. So this should really say something like, I don't know, 4,000 out of 5,000. Oh, Ninja Heart. So I guess the alternative to an auction house would just be like a trade channel or something. That's what Diablo 2 had, and I thought it was interesting because you still had those 5 best items getting produced every day, but now you had to go hunt them down from other players and then convince them that it was worth whatever items you had. So currency formed around something that wasn't gold. Anyway, that had its own problems too. So I guess I'm just thinking there is no best solution probably. Oh, I don't delete them, I archive them. So if you take a look at this to-do archive, this is 15,000 lines. And you can see how many check marks there are in here. There's 5,200 check marks. So those are all the ones I got done. Then there's a bunch of X's, which are thankfully not regular X's, so I can search for this. Yeah, there's 600 canceled items and like 5,200 completed items. So I think the first thing is saving your defense should make use of saved defense. What was your first to do? I don't know exactly how I'd find that. This is maybe the first to do item that I made, but Botland had started 2 months earlier than this. I just wasn't using plain tasks at that point. Not many Deadbringer. Probably some, sure. So here's save defense. Sanitized, serialized defense. Wow. Yeah, there's a million different things going on here. So we need to go modify this whole route. Okay, so extract serialized defense. That comes from here. Pulls this out of the request body as a string, puts in a BL info, still as a string. Sure. That's fine. Yeah, Ninja Heart, the way it worked in Diablo 2 is that you could only trade with people who were in the same game as you, but you joined channels that were trade channels where you just spam your advertisements over and over and over. And there are some games that do things that way. And like I said, Diablo 2 is one of them, Realm of the Mad God is another. And it's just a different style. I don't know if it's necessarily good. Well, Tale of Four Gamers, you have 30 chicken nuggets in you. I think only you can make this decision now. Hey, Chris. Okay, so I would need to modify how the client sends this over. Here it is. So we call save defense with serialized data. Where does this get called from? Here, route and export defense. This is silly. So the data that we get is just bots and chips. So there should be a way to make a saved defense where you just pass in bots and chips. Yeah, Chris, at least you're not the one doing it, watching this stream. Just one cider. Okay, we'll hold you to it. So params. Probably need to make sure those comments are correct too. Make sure the comments for the save star classes are correct. The save defense currently references serialized defense. Wait, you haven't seen the Boatland video? Oh man. Oh, that video. That video took a long time. All the videos that I made for jokes on this channel took way too long to do. So I'm glad they're still getting linked. That's at least nice. So we need to make a new save defense here. This is client stuff. Can't resolve saved. Oh, that's why. So bots, all bot params, and chips, all chip params. So that will work. This is just a little bit weird. Yeah, that melted keyboard joke. I hate that one. It's all because I used to be a Java programmer. Alright, and we would stringify this, which we don't really need to do. But all chip params, I don't know how I feel about this. Because what this is really taking in, there's serialized bots and serialized chips. So physics, waypoint, and blueprint ID. Right? And that's what I'm setting in here. Physics, waypoint, serialized bot. Oh boy. Oh man. Where is this used from? So one was where I was just looking. One is serialized client bot. Yeah, so there are only two places this is called. But why is this needed? Get attacker state. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Well, it kind of makes sense. This is for attacking your own defense. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't use the ergodox too much on stream until I've gotten used to programming with it off stream. But yeah, Judge Bacon, that keyboard is what I've got here that you saw in that picture too. And it's connected. I can type on it. I just don't tend to use it. I need to get better. Just set this over here. In Type 10, that was an old chair, but there was a little pin that when it would pull out, made the chair like flop backwards. And yeah, that's what happened in that. Okay, so I can kind of see how this stuff works. Client arena. So this is an entity serialized in a particular way. Is there a different way I could do this though? Yeah, this is really simple. So what I should write in save defense then, this is an array of objects. Serialized, bots serialized such that only the following components are present. And what are those components? Hey Zulu. Zulu, you were here on the Diablo stream, right? Or was it? I don't remember. Oh man, using a keyboard with your toes? That'd be interesting. Even if it was just for modifier keys. Actually, I wonder how well that would work if you just had control on your left foot and shift on your right foot. It'd be kind of hard when you're standing. Actually, yeah, I think it'd be kind of hard when you're standing. Because you'd have to actually lift your entire leg, not probably just angle your foot upward. I think if you've ever played drums and you're used to using those bass pedals, it'd probably be pretty natural for you. Anyway, what do we have here? So this is export defense, an entity util. For export defense, we want physics, waypoint, and blueprint ID. Okay. Bot serialize such that only certain components are present. At the time of writing, those components are waypoint, physics, and blueprint, such that they look like this. Well, blueprint ID. And blueprint. The serialization is done by entity util.serializeBot. Okay, hey Mario, hey DFCM. Yeah, ResidentSlee for pianists though, I think the pedals are easier to press because you don't really need to worry about the force at which you're pressing them. For drums, I think it's a lot harder to press those pedals. So these are chips that were serialized. How exactly? We just get their physics and their blueprint, and that's it. Why didn't I make a more generic way of doing this? Just serialize entity and get certain parts about it. I think that's what I should have done. What does this have that the other one doesn't? A waypoint. And if the waypoint doesn't exist, what do we do? We fail. Huh. Yeah, huh. I wonder how I'd want to change this. I could make a more generic function and get rid of a few more lines of code. I don't think it's really that worthwhile right now, though. Definitely not now, that's for sure. Okay, so this is chips serialized such that only certain components are present. So same as before, these components, though, are now physics and blueprint. At the time of writing, those components are for physics and the blueprint. Okay, great. So we make this, then we send this across. So we'll get a save defense object. That'll make it over to here for export defense. And then serialized data won't exist any longer. So here's where we would serialize this. All right, see you type 10. Twitch is recommending Botland bot for a friend. Oh man, I wonder how many friend requests Botland bot has gotten. Because actually, Botland bot has some followers. I don't know how. Oh, I should add me to Botland bot's auto host list. Yeah, it has 28 followers. Oh man, yeah, I should write that down. Add myself to Botland bot's host list. I imagine Nightbot probably has a lot of followers too, right? Nightbot probably has the most followers of any bot. How many does it have? Yeah, wow. 172,000. That's crazy. That's more follows than I'll ever have. So save defense.serialize we could do here. And serializing this is a little underwhelming. We just do serialize or bot, yeah, bots. Hey Kesha. Yeah, there's no code running on that bot to accept friend requests or anything. Not my bot. So if you send a friend request, it's just gonna go unnoticed. And honestly, even if you had them on your friends list, you'd never want to actually see what they're doing. I've logged in as Botland bot once for a joke one time. That was it. Alright, so this gets serialized via save defense here, which is this function. This is serialized defense. I think that's fair. Okay. And it calls into post defense. So we go over to that. Defense. Probably search for quotes on both sides. No, that's not how you do it. Slash. There it is. Save defense. Yeah. All right. But we got to fix the rest of this. The client side of this should be done. It used to just be... Wait, what did it used to be? Dot bots and dot chips. So it used to be... Oh wait, we have this right up here. Yeah, bots and chips. It used to be an object with two properties, bots and chips. Now it'll be a save defense. And then the other part of this is finish the account server side of this by working from the middleware of save defense. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. Let's close out of all these tabs. So the first thing we have is extract serialized defense. This part is still fine, but I don't think this is used by any other APIs. Yeah, so this should be extract saved defense. Extract saved defense. Puts it into the BL as a saved defense. Oh, but we can't really do that, can we? Because there's a validate somewhere. Validate defense. Yeah, drat. How are we going to do this? We should pass it as the same object that was given to us, because we never deserialize it here, right? We get this and we just pass it directly. Yeah, okay, so then I changed my mind. This is a bad idea. Have I watched Silicon Valley? I think my wife and I started to watch an episode of that, and we got about halfway through the first episode and then stopped. I think this is a while ago. I think the reason I didn't really like it is because I felt like it was almost too similar to what I used to go through at professional jobs. It wasn't exaggerated enough to be funny, and it wasn't satirical enough. So it played out more like real life than a comedy to me. But I've seen some clips, because people have linked me some things, like the tabs versus spaces. I think that was really funny. So maybe I should give it another shot. Maybe not. I don't know. Also, yeah, no, I'm not sure exactly what that was in response to the toxic refactoring, but I'm not saying it's a bad show or something. I'm saying it just wasn't for me when I watched it the first time. I actually also watched the first episode of Veep last night, and that's a show that my wife's been watching occasionally. Like, I remember, I think a year or two ago, she was watching it as I was just working on my computer, and I overheard some bits of it, and I thought it was hilarious, but the episode I watched last night was not that funny. So I don't know if I'll start that show either. I'm still working my way through The Office right now. So there is the validate part here, save defense. This is what actually uses this. So I should write down here, extract serialized defense. The reason we don't do any deserialization here is because we should eventually be validating the entire object on a game server, not here on the account server. What is this link? I'll have to copy it for later. Okay, so this all makes sense to me. It being a string is actually not gonna be the right, it's not gonna be that, is it? It's gonna be an object. I think this will fail. So I think as a string changes to as an object. And then here we make sure it's an object. If not, is object. Also, I'm pretty sure this checks this. Yeah, we wanted specific error messages, so fine. And then this won't work. This bit about it being too long, because it's not a string. So you can't do this. But we do need to check the size of this somehow. I'm not totally sure how we'll do that. Let's go to here. ld.size. Let's make an object. A equals a hello world. Let's just paste in some lorem ipsum text, actually. So this will be an object that's, I'd say, relatively big. It's not gigantic or anything. And then we'll do the same thing, but we'll make the property be this really long name. So this will be our lorem ipsum text, and we'll just have it go to the number 1. That did not work. Oh, there's a comma in there. I didn't realize. I didn't realize there were punctuation marks in the lorem ipsum text. Silly me. There. Okay, so we have an object with a long value and an object with a long key. I want to take a look at what happens when we do. Oh, is there any function in here that'll let us check how large this is? Yeah, I guess if we stringified it, yeah, that would let us know, but by that point it might already be a gigantic object. If we have the client stringify it, then excuse me. Yeah, I think that might be what's best. Just have the client send it as a string. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything I can do here. Let's count by. No, all we have is size. That's not what we want. Okay. Yeah, I think it should be a string then. But I don't want the server to have to turn it into a string, because it might be some gigantic object that the user's sending just to waste time on the server. Okay, let me think about this a little bit more then. How should this work? So we need to control Z all of this stuff. This should still be this. I like that better. Save defense. So we have this serialized defense. I don't think we're going to do that. Let's just take in this, and let's do JSON.stringify this.serialize. There. So make sure this gets sent as a string. Although really, I'm not doing this with anything else, am I? Blueprint changes could be an object. Yeah, and I just see if it's an object. I don't care how large it is or anything. So then maybe I am doing this poorly. All right, yep. I'm changing my mind left and right on this. So we won't send it as a string. We'll just send it save defense.serialize. And we ideally wouldn't even need to worry about that. So let's put this back to what it was. Well, I came to the hopefully the right conclusion here. It just took me a decent amount of time. There. So now we change this back to this.serialize. We change the server side of these things back to, what is it? These will be an object again. And we'll get rid of this. Cool. It's not even the case. Great. All right, well, step 1's done. What about these? That's fine, that's fine. This may or may not be fine. What do we do? No, yeah, that's fine. And then finally, validate defense. So we get the serialized defense. This is really, I should probably name it like serialized save defense. That's probably a better idea. Okay, let's do that. Validate, serialize. Every once in a while I press escape instead of enter, and then that happens. So this changes everywhere to this. Jot? Really? And then we had the validate. So get dot star serialized defense. That's just invalidate, and that's it. Yeah, so this changes to this. This changes to this. And now we are on the game server end of things. Game server rest client. Validate. That's fine. Goes into validate defense. Game server. What is this? There's some lint on my hoodie that looked like a bug. So this changes here too. This shouldn't be a string though. This should be an object. And then all of this changes. Oh, I don't like that. I do not like that. Yeah, we just get defense. That's not going to be a thing anymore. It's going to be serialized save defense. And if any of the parameters are wrong, it's the account server that's wrong. I don't think it's worth returning an error for that. So this calls into validate defense. This is not going to exist anymore. I don't even know what this contained. Oh, apparently bots and chips. So this will be our saved defense, basically. So there we go. I don't even know why this would exist either. But whatever. So then what we do here is we say saved defense equals saved defense dot deserialize. And we need a deserialize. Great. Well, this should be pretty simple to do. We just JSON.parse the saved bots. And the saved chips. And then just put them in here. And everything should work. How much you want to bet it doesn't work? So the old defense should now be highlighted in red. Yeah, here it is. So we'll say get bots and get chips. These are pretty simple functions. Save defense dot get bots. Where else do we use defense here? Should probably just get these ones. I'm not sure about that. So for each of those, sure. Get rid of that, get rid of that. And there. All right. Well, I've been writing code all morning. I haven't tested any of this because I wasn't at the point where I could test it, but I think now I can finally test one part of it. As I mentioned earlier, it'll be incredibly unlikely that this just works the first time. But that won't stop us from hoping. All right, well, these started up okay. And that might be the extent of what they do. So let's log in as a brand new, let's call this test defense. And we'll start out simple. We'll just put down some bots with lasers and, oh, we had the steamroller stuff. Then we'll make it look like a steamroller. There. And now we hit save, and we expect a failure here because there's no way I coded this correctly. Yep. Okay, server error message. Cannot read property bots of undefined. Okay. So we couldn't, oh, I know what I did wrong. This is minor. Nope, never mind. I didn't do that wrong. All right, I don't know. Let's string by this. What were the changes again? So the changes I'm doing are all just code changes. They don't produce any different functionality. So what I did is I'm changing how objects before used to just be like something like this. Params equals, oh, bots are going to be some, like, form these, and chips form these. And then just, you know, JSON.stringify the params and send these across. Then call save defense with these. And the problem is this doesn't really follow an easy format. It's just an object. And who knows what these are? And there's no validation on these, and there's no deserialization. So when I get these on the server side, I'm just like, well, params.bots better exist. So I'm changing it just to be a little bit more formal and making a class for this. It's one step better than what I had. There's still some more things I could do to make it even better. But let's continue to try some of these. So we need to restart this. And then we just try hitting save again. And this time it should print out what we have here. Yes, it does. And this is correct as far... Oh, wait a sec. What are those? What are all those slashes doing there? Yeah, that means that this was stringified twice, I think. What else could I do to make it even better? What I could do is normalize how these get saved in the database. Yeah, just tons of validation. That's basically it. And yeah, Spurman, that's basically it. But that's still one step better. That's not a meme. That's just a question. So saved defense.serialize. Let's print this out. Oh, I don't want to do this though, actually. All right, let's do it a different way, an easier way. Let's go to here. Saved defense.serialize. Yeah, we'll put a breakpoint right there and then save it. So, and Dorn, when you define an object just by putting curly braces, you can just throw whatever you want into it. Yeah, they both initialize an object. Yeah. So here I could just say something like name Adam. If I were to say A equals new person, then you can now encapsulate this a little bit better. So what Spurtman is joking about, which is definitely true here, is that instead of using this arbitrary method, I'm now wrapping it in person, and person has all the arbitrary stuff inside of it. But that's kind of what encapsulation is. All right, so what is this equal to? Is this already screwed up or what? Oh, did I ever? No, I did that right. Oh yeah, that's the serialized one. So then this is correct. And then we should print these out too. Bots and chips. And then we rerun this and try saving one more time. So we can just get rid of wherever that breakpoint is, this. Cool, we try it again. Saving changes is blocked. That's a different error message. That's gonna happen for 10 more seconds. There we go. So now it prints out our bots, which look correct, and our chips, which looks correct. And then we run into a problem here. What is, oh, I never finished this. Oh, so it is working. Oh, wow, okay. I just didn't do the rest of this, which is, I didn't ever mean to do the rest of this, but I didn't realize it took place on the game server. Sanitize. Do you ever turn off your computer? I put it to sleep a lot, but I don't usually turn it off. Yeah, and Dorn, that's the big reason behind it. That's so I have an idea what these objects are and how to form them. Yeah, so here's where this gets way more difficult. So we take in a defense object. This is going to be a saved defense. This is the big benefit of this. And where do we serialize this? This is not called defense anymore. Also, why doesn't validate do this? Why doesn't validate do this? I feel like it should. So return object has this seems like a bad idea. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, we take the original. Okay, got it, fine. I don't think this should be done here though. It should be done somewhere here. Sanitized serialized defense. Like really? What are we even sanitizing here? We're removing any extra properties the user may have provided. So we need to go through save defense in such a way that that gets sanitized. This should all be moved to that. And then we can serialize it. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I want to do. So this changes to saved defense. What about the success value there? Where does that come from? Response object is not the same as return object? Oh, we put everything into... Okay, fine. Yeah, whatever. All right, that's all fine. The only thing that's not fine is this function. So that's the next thing we need to do. Modify this so that it appears in the save defense class as sanitized. Okay. All right, I gotta take my lunch break. I'm starting to get hungry. Yeah, so here's what's gonna happen. 12:30 right now. I'll be gone for about half an hour, 35 minutes, something like that. So I'll be back at about 1, and I'll be back for about 4 hours, and we'll keep working on this. Here's the lunch list. So for example, Wraithy, you're on it once. Tale of Four Gamers, you're on it once. But people have been purchasing a bunch of them. So you see people like Pro Sam are on it a million times. Digi, Yo. Sucker. It doesn't work 0 times. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get my lunch. So thanks for watching, everybody. How many times do you have left? None, apparently. Yeah, because ND doesn't show up in here at all. And your old name also started with ND. Yeah, so you don't have many. But it's too late for today. We got the whole list already. So I will be right back after about 30 minutes. Hope to see you guys again then. Take care. Enjoy the break. Alright, hey, I'm back. Let me check out chat. There we go. Yeah, it was a good lunch. How was your break, you guys? What do you guys do during my break? I'm curious. Alright, where I left off here was this. I need to sanitize this differently. Yeah. So we need a sanitize function inside of save defense. Watch the counter, work, wait for you to come back, having dinner, cooking, drink more tea. That's great. Great answers, everybody. Yeah, I guess if I asked again in like 20 minutes, a bunch of people would probably say, oh yeah, I went and watched another stream, which is totally fine. It's not like I expect you to sit there staring at a lunch screen with nothing happening. In fact, I've thought repeatedly about just ending the stream and then starting it again in the afternoon. But that produces more VODs. And yeah. I don't like exporting VODs to YouTube. I find that process tedious. The other thing I wanted to ask at some point is about a green screen. I wonder what you guys think. Do you think Adam should get a green screen so that you can't see the background behind him? Yes, no, I don't care. Why not play advertisements? I'd rather not. I could. I just think it's kind of, I don't know, cheap. Yeah, so that's the thing, Wraithy, is how would the lights work? When you set them to green, you would not be able to see me anymore. So I'm not sure what I would do about that exactly. Maybe I write some plugin that when you change the lights, it removes my green screen or something. I don't know. That'd probably be weird. Anyway, I want to ask this a bit more. Will the lights be around your neck if you have a green screen? No, I don't know. I don't even know about the feasibility of me having one, because I guess I'd have to layer that entire wall green and the ceiling as well. Or I need a panel, like a fake wall before that. Hang something from the ceiling. I think it'd be weird. But yeah, I try to be aware of what's behind everything on the right side of my screen. So for example, I know I have my stream open on the left screen that I have, so I can tell you can see all of this text. But if I were to scroll like this, now you can't see what's here after defense. And for coding streams, I don't think anyone's reading my code line by line, so I don't find it that important. Yeah, I could get one of those things. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So it's something to think about. The other thing I could do, I could get just a green sort of tablecloth and just have my keyboard at least be floating a bit, even though it's taking up the majority of the keyboard camera. I've just been thinking about this a little bit lately. Okay, so I don't want that images thing, I want this. Sanitize. So this should be done immediately. I can't think of why it wouldn't be. Can your camera do this static image and process the changes? Maybe, but again, with my light changing, I think it'd be really difficult. wonder where this should happen. We should just modify this sort of in place. And then we just say this dot box equals sanitized box. There. Okay, I think this is good. So now we need to get rid of all of this, and we need to call sanitize differently. Relevant details. They may have included extra properties all throughout this object, and we don't want to blindly save those. Do we really want to do this though? Like, that's what I wonder about. Should we sanitize first? I don't think the outcome would be any different. Whether we sanitize first or we validate first. Yeah, I don't think it would matter. But we need to call sanitize at some point, that's for sure. So we could just do it at the beginning here. Sanitize the defense so that we aren't trusting client input. We need this to be done over here. Yeah. This function ensures that the user didn't include any extra parameters, properties. So that we don't try saving those to the database somehow. This doesn't really matter though, because if I'm saving to the database correctly and I'm not just... Yeah, fine. Whatever. And we don't need this. And we don't need this. This function modifies this object to make sure that the user didn't include any extra properties. Okay, seems reasonable. So at the bottom here, we just don't call sanitize at all. We do need to save off sanitized serialized defense. So that would just be this. Save defense.serialize. The defense was already sanitized. It's tough because that's not a guarantee. This. If I had sanitize return a new one that was sanitized, then we don't have to worry about this. And returning a new one would be pretty easy. So, hey Spider Dad. I think that's probably a better idea. Yeah, we just return a new, yeah, that's what we do. The sanitized object. Yeah, okay, good. Note that it shouldn't matter whether you validate the defense first and then call this function, or vice versa. What matters is that you make sure to call both before considering the defense to be valid. Dutch exam. Where do you live, Spider Dead? So return new save defense. Bots, sanitize bots, chips, sanitize chips. In the Netherlands, okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to, I wanted to see. Also, is that a winking? Oh man, semicolon P face should not exist. It should either be this, or it should be this. There's too much going on. Excuse me. So we can't sanitize this here. We sanitize it down here. And it's not serialized at that point. I guess we could do it this way. Save defense dot sanitize. Thanks Tyler and ProSam and Perry and whoever the fourth person is to say it. There is no fourth person. I think you messed it up. There you are, Tyler. You were the fourth person. Okay, so that simplifies the code in this file a little bit. So we get the serialized sanitized defense. That'll get returned back to the server. We get this here. We set it. At this point, though, we know we were successful. So what we should do is just set the full object, right? Why do we want this to be serialized? We don't. And this is stupid. This is a parameter to save defense in the database. Mario. That would be funny. And then there's an update function with the ID mappings. Oh, great. Great, great, great. Yeah, so there's no point in doing this. All right, I'll change it. Where this gets saved, we have saved defense. No, we don't. Okay, so const save defense equals save defense dot deserialize. Then we set this in here and never try to use this other one. Also, there's the lawn care people outside. Can finally hear him. Fully and Dorner here. Giving tea to people. Yeah, when all else fails, I'm very just go back to the chant. So now this is saved to defense. And this is to update the blueprint IDs in them. And this gets passed in from the server. This shouldn't be done at all. This should be passed in somewhere completely different. Save defense.update ID mappings. ID mappings.blueprints. And then we get the updated serialized defense. That would just be this. And there we have it. So now we delete this. We delete this. This goes away entirely. This better never be called anywhere else. Okay, so a user may have made new blueprints and try to use bots of those blueprints in their defense. However, the client doesn't know the final IDs. They will see saves. This function is needed in order to translate the client's IDs to the final IDs. Blueprints at the same time that they're saving. What is this? I think that was unnecessary. Hot or iced? What self-respecting English person has iced tea? Am I right? I actually have no idea, but I assume they mostly have hot tea. I think the only thing you need to know to say you might just be English, I think this was proof. Okay, these ID mappings, we don't have a serialized defense here. We just need to go through all of our bots. And this is not serialized bot. Oh, actually it is. Right? I think it is. What does this look like? Yeah, it's just a blueprint ID. Okay, and then we don't return anything here. Also, this is not even the right name of this function. There, that'll do it. Hey, Shinjas. All right. Well, let's try it out. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Okay, well, here goes. So we go restart all of this. This may be failing because of a client change. Yeah, it's very likely a client change. Let's just try this out again. Hey, Tappa. Why would you VPN to Estonia? I'm actually kind of curious about this too. What do you gain from that VPN instead of the US or something? Oh great, this is still screwy. Target property -1 of undefined. This is usually some like incorrectly serialized JSON blob. Blueprint ID mappings. Oh, I never passed this in, did I? No, I passed it in wrong. There we go. So this was an account server problem. So we can just restart this. And then hit the save button. Wow, this should not make it back to the user. Unknown column chips in field list. Oh yeah, this is just supposed to be... Oh boy. This is not going to work. Alright, what is this equal to now? So that looks correct to me. Well, we didn't stringify it. Yeah. That's all we need to do now. And then I think we're good. I think this will let me save. That's a lot of refactoring just to get that working. Nice. So now let's give these a custom script. Let's make them move up. And we'll save that. And we'll refresh the page and try out our defense and make sure it works. It's gone. No physics found on bot. Yeah, I know what's going on. All right, so this stuff's done. Then allow you to edit your defense on the client. I think it's getting saved correctly. I just can't load it correctly. Select ID name from users. Select serialized defense from users where ID equals 11. Yeah, that looks correct to me. So all we need to do is load this correctly. Where does this happen from? It should just be import defense. It's apparently not called import defense. Where does this happen? There'd be, oh, it's edit defense, not import defense. Yeah, there we go. So I don't care about any of this. What I want is to find out, oh, here it is. Get user details. Got it. 2 quarters. Okay, now that's a term I can understand. So this was sent to me correctly. We just don't deserialize it the right way. Where does this get set? db user dot serialized defense. Oh, and then a bunch of garbage happens. It's that garbage that gets you every time. Always with the garbage. Import defense, serialized defense. This is now a serialized saved defense. So we go down to import. Got it. Serialized data. Not anymore, it's not. Oh, this might screw everything up. Yeah, this might screw everything up. Because we're getting colors and names and IDs from here. None of that should be done. Yeah. Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Actually, this should probably just be changed to this. And even then we're going to need, this whole function is going to need to change multiple times. Because I'll get it working here maybe, and then I need to have it work when you attack something. That was a weird sounding lawnmower. I don't know what it sounds like to you guys, but it sounds like a regular lawnmower to me. So all of these are going to just cease to exist. Alright, let's try something out. Let's hard code some things. Defender name and defender ID. What else did we used to use serialized events for that we shouldn't anymore? Bunch of stuff down here. This won't even exist. And we don't even parse this. What we do is we get a saved defense. This also doesn't exist. Could be a lot of issues here. Okay, this will get us the majority of these things. In fact, we should be able to edit now, but everything else is going to be broken. Like, very thoroughly broken. Yeah, when I said it's going to work, apparently it's not going to work. And apparently this isn't JSON data. Oh, man. Alright, let's try again. This is a string. We should have parsed this then. Deserialize. This is still a string. Where does it get sent in? Huh. Oh, because this comes from the database directly? Okay, I guess that makes sense. So we need to parse it and then... Yeah, okay. That does make sense. It's a little bit silly. So this is stringified defense. But we don't know what type this is. We need to know more information at this point. And then save defense isn't being used anywhere. This would need to be used here. And none of that's going to exist. Almost. Now the CPU doesn't exist. Oh, if in phase 0 creates CPU. Alright, let's put a breakpoint here. So save defense just has bots and chips. In order to figure out what phase we're in, this is true. So we call create CPU. And then there's just a problem. Can I read get ID of null? Can we... Okay, I don't know. This function is failing. A null pointer. Man, I see this failing, but I don't know where just yet. Oops. Oh, man. Let's try that again. I pressed the wrong button there. So what? This is failing? That's 0. Is there no defending player? There's no defending player. Huh. What should have set this up? Should have been... Oh, here. I think I know. This defender. This must be wrong. So we're not setting up any player. I wonder what this used to have in it. Whatever it is, we don't have it now. We probably had names or something in there. Yeah, we got next to nothing. Still, this shouldn't matter. We get through this without error. I wonder where we should have created a defender that we just don't have it now. So add your player as the defender. Yeah, that's fine. So go into here. We are now here. Player ID 11 is defender in the Redux state. So we created a player just here. Cool. We set it as defender was true. All of that makes sense. Then we add an AI player. Then we eventually get to the code that fails. This dot player depot should have my player. Yep. Well, actually, it only has my player. It should also have the AI player. Maybe that's the problem. But either way, if we say this dot get defending player, why is that failing? We check if player dot is defender. That's true. What? Yeah, what is going on here? That's false. Oh, weird. So, I think I know what's happening. I think the AI player has an ID of 11. I don't know how, but that's the only thing that can make any sense. So the same player is getting added as both an attacker and a defender. Hey, Topperbox. How you doing? So AI player ID is -1. This is not being added correctly. I don't know what's going on here, but it's just wrong. We make a player. ID is -1. The team ID is 1. We return it. And we added it there too. What is going on then? Let me call it import defense. I think we're using the wrong player depot. No, here it's set up correctly. And here it's wrong. Huh. Alright. Yeah, I still haven't gotten to the bottom of this. Hey, images. How are you guys doing, Topperbox and images? Yeah, something's going wrong with the player depot that we have here. I just don't know what. I add an AI player, but then in, what's the other thing called? What's it, import defense? That player isn't set any longer. I'm doing well. I've been making kind of slow progress today. I have a feeling a lot of this week is probably going to be sort of lost due to just getting ready for that feature I started to work on last week and I guess wasn't ready for. So we're covering some tech debt this week. Just had a 4-hour stream. Oh man, was it good though, Tupper Box? Hey, Blueberry King. Blueberry King, another viewer is telling me that you're in chat, Blueberry King, and then there's also someone named Die Pancake King in chat. You two should team up. So where does the player depot come from in here? Simulation server. And that should be the same player depot that was passed in. Oh man, well, something changes between these two places. So let's just trace the whole code again. Setup for loading own defense. This is all fine. Setup for bringing on players. When we get to this point, we'll have the player depot set correctly. What games am I playing this weekend? Oh, my wife was gone last weekend. That's why I was playing games this weekend. This coming weekend, I probably won't be streaming. Okay, so let's take a look. Simulation server out player depot out players by ID. Yeah, so this is set fine. What about the arenas? Yeah, that's correct. Then something happens such that this doesn't exist anymore. It's by this point that it happens. Change ID of player. What? Oh, whoops. Okay, my bad. I see. The helicopter is loud. It'll be done soon. So I don't know what this should have been. Because the serialized defense contained more than this. I need to start up another server entirely to figure out what this used to have. The lawnmower bots. The defender is you if you're the one clicking edit. Wait, what's this? If the ID exists here, then we need to make sure that the player depot has the correct ID. This is a hack for now because you're allowed to enter attack mode without actually having a player to attack yet. Yeah, I don't think this is correct anymore. Yeah, I definitely don't think this is correct. Change ID of player. I think all this needs to go away. So defender primary color and secondary color were only used there. What if we just deleted all this code? Because I don't think it matters anymore. You haven't really missed anything, type 10. Okay, that worked. So now these are my bots, and if I edit them over here to, let's say, have missiles. Oh, what just happened? Did you guys see that? And carry get component of null for all these things? Well, it's working, but it's kind of hacky for right now. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. Cool, thanks. So where do we used to get this? This was in create match. But that's not edit defense. Oh, I see. Ongoing match is going to have that data now. I think import defense when we finally get to attacking someone else. We're probably going to need to pass in another parameter to import defense, the ongoing match data. Because that'll contain everything that we used to have, defender, name, and colors, and all that other stuff. So what if we just didn't do any of this? I don't think it's going to matter. Defender name and defender ID. This is silly. We should just know that you're editing your own defense. Because, yeah, I don't think you need any of this stuff in that case, right? Where's defender ID even used? Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. You think people need talent to be programmers? No, I don't really think so. I think you can work toward it a lot. Yeah, defender primary colors undefined. So this would have to go here. So we'd have to know, are you editing your own defense? If so, just const is editing own defense, or is importing own defense equals true. So if not is importing own defense, that's where we want all of this code. And the defender ID is apparently not necessary anymore. Actually, this might still be necessary. We might need to put this here. I have no idea. So then none of this is going to be necessary. Well, these all need to be pulled from the ongoing match. Great. So I got one scenario that was already working a while ago working again with slightly better code. Oh man. All right, let's try it out. So we have all these bots. We're going to make a new one with artillery, and we're going to say, I don't know what, move right and fire artillery. No, move down and fire artillery. Yeah, that. And we'll put these up here, just that one. Then we hit save, and we try it out. It's not moving right, so that definitely didn't work. Yeah, why didn't that work? Or, wait, what? I don't know what I said, but it's moving right and shouldn't be. Yeah, in fact, all of them are moving in ways they shouldn't be. They have blueprints of 37 and 38. .38 has a script ID of 13. 13 has a script defined. Why is this so ridiculous? Is there something that lets me get the scripts for a player? I need player 11's token. I have a feeling we just never downloaded the code. But that can't even be true, because when I hit edit, we will have downloaded it. And then for it to not work means that something's wrong. If it didn't work at first and then had to download it, it would be okay, but it should already be there. Hello, me panda. Right, use post instead of put, uncreate, and patch instead of post. So I was following some of these guidelines here. So in general, before I started working on this, I didn't really know anything about these. So yeah, this kind of goes through why I did what I did. And if it's not explained there, then don't ask me. I would just make a judgment call at that point. Well, it's definitely nice to be able to give answers like that where I've got it all lined up. No, images, what I'm saying, yeah, I realized that's redundant. What I meant is there's a case where it doesn't work at first and nothing's wrong. But there is a case where, yeah, after it should have downloaded this, everything should have been correct. And it didn't work. So I gotta figure out why. Actually, we could inspect the entities that are in the arena. Let's try that. Code. And let's figure it out. And that's wrong. Its blueprint points to, 38. Does your player have this? No, it's just -1. That's the problem. My player is -1. Oh, good. Oh, wait, because I'm... Oh, there, that fixes it. So what was the number? 38. And 38 points to script 13. And this script has no code. Oh, I think I know what this is. Wait, so if I click edit here, we should get the code for that, right? No, it's still undefined. What? So, Badr, the way you probably would need to do this, it's probably not returning the images in that JSON data. The images probably are linked to from the JSON. So here's how I expect that it works. You say something like get /photos/user ID is one, something along these lines. You already have probably done this API. And this returns a blob that's probably something like this, like photos, and then there's an array, and it's like each one of these has an ID of just something, and then some URL of http blah.com/blah. And this is repeated a bunch of times in here. So you probably need to iterate over these and then just use the URL that they give you to get the photo. Media. They get information about a media object. Hey, yeah, check it out. They have all this stuff in here. Yeah, images, low resolution, thumbnail, standard resolution. So all you would need to do is navigate to this particular URL and download the image. And they have video examples and everything too. I mean, you could just look through this. But yeah. All right, so what's going on here? I sort of fixed that, but what's the problem with that, Badr? And what's going on here? Yeah, I sort of fixed that, but now I can't use my custom script. I wonder if I edit it before I go into a test mode. Yeah, so if I do that and then I go to test, then that one works. But any time after that and it just fails. Maybe because it'll be stored in Redux but not in the game. That's probably it. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, scratch that. There's just a bug with how these get downloaded. So I have to write this bug down here. When testing your own defense, if you enter test mode before downloading your scripts, your bots will use figure it out forever, even if you eventually download the scripts into Redux. They request the user I'm trying to retrieve photos to be registered. So yeah, the first part of that documentation is this, the overview and the authentication. You need to look through this and figure out how you have to do this. Because I didn't look through this. But make sure you do this. Because chances are you need certain headers. You need to be able to access those images. So for example, if on Instagram someone made their pictures private, you won't be able to get them using the API. So yeah, set up a test account. Set up one with just super simple credentials. And that way, if you need help, you can just have other people use that same username and password. And if they hack the account, so what? You just make a new one. And then once you have it working, of course, switch the real credentials and everything. No, I don't think this is homework stuff. And either way, you can ask for help with homework. I don't have a problem with that in this chat. What I had a problem with is when people only ever come into chat to ask for help and they're not even nice about it. So if I saw something like this, hey, not even hey, it's just something like, what's the square root of 65 and how do I find it? This sort of question, I don't know why I used Barry as an example. And Barry's never done that. Anyway, this sort of example is fine every once in a while. It's when you only see this every day from this person. They're never like, hey, how's everyone doing? And I don't know, just make conversation or something every once in a while. And then yeah, ask all the homework questions you want and I'll try to guide you to a solution. Stalking 101. So just press the calculator button on your keyboard and then type 65 and hit the square root button. See? Easy. There you go, yo. Hey, James. Oh, thanks, Tupperbox. Yeah, it's one of the things I feel like I'm streaming on Twitch. If I'm on Twitch, the whole point of live streaming is interactivity. Otherwise, you might as well just watch a recorded broadcast. Hey, Fred McGee. Okay, so this part's done. I think I should check this in. And then work on some of these other ones. Yeah, if you don't have a calculator button on your keyboard, then you can't do it. It's just impossible at that point. Expected different indentation. Why is that tabbed in? Unexpected console statement, unreachable code. I don't care about that. DB ongoing match is not defined. Yeah, none of this was done. None of it. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going well. How are you doing? I wonder if you started this whole world over, let's say you just hit the reset button Would WWE exist the second time around? What about the third or the fourth or the fifth times? I just wonder what conditions had to be met in our world for WWE to exist. And I don't have anything against it. I think it's an interesting phenomenon. And Perry, that's actually hilarious. I thought of something like this. WWE is wrestling. Here, let me help you with that. Actually, I probably shouldn't show this. Alright, never mind. Anyway, it's wrestling. Alright, so this is not done yet. We're just gonna have those as an issue. This is not needed. These aren't defined, and this isn't needed, nor is it even used. So we probably just shouldn't check in saved attack yet. Is WWE big in the US? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how big it is. I don't know if I know anyone currently who would describe themselves as a wrestling fan. He's not dead, he's just retired. Did I eat already? Yeah, I did. Hey, VTMR. Oh, man. Alright. Yeah, some of this stuff got a little bit better, and then some of this just has columns spewed everywhere. That we're probably going to have to change at some point. This stuff's fine. Then we got rid of a lot of code here. I'm happy about that, because it didn't ever belong here. Yep, that's all fair. Pretty good, cool. All right, what about this? That doesn't matter. What about this? That's all fine. That's fine. That's fine. Also removed a lot of code from that. That's pretty good. Remove some code from there. That one doesn't really matter. This hardly changed, and will need to eventually. And the rest of this is fine. Cool, so what do we need from here? I think these three things. Calling the database called serialized defense. Yeah. Problem is it can take on different forms. Hey, Graviton. Graviton, I think I saw that you followed yesterday or something like that, right? I was looking through my Streamlabs dashboard. No, wait, no, it was earlier today. Never mind. Who followed yesterday? Huh. Oh, no one. Alright, never mind, Graviton. Well, anyway, welcome. Yeah, you followed earlier today. Maybe it was over lunch, and I just took that to be the last large break I took, which was yesterday. But yeah, let me know if you need help finding anything, Graviton. The mop, the vacuum cleaner, all those things should be pretty accessible. Okay, so refactor. Refactor matches / defense related code. So before this, the ongoing match isn't actually sent back. So refactor some defense related code. Match related code. In general, what I aimed to do with this commit was to demystify some of the random JSON objects I had in the database. Or was passing to the client. The goal is to be able to, well, yeah, that's it. So this commit actually breaks attacking other people. All you can do is edit your own defense right now. All right, part 1 done. Now for parts 2, 3, 4, and then maybe we're finished with this. I hope there's not a part 5. Oh, it's just these steps. So make the 4 save defense classes. I think the first thing we should do is the save defense for attacker. Correlation to blueprints probably needs to happen when we deserialize it from the database. What am I referring to here? This, create match. Hey, Coscos. No, there's a bunch of conspiracy theories about who my wife is in chat. I don't think I told you this on the day that it happened, but she has typed exactly 1 message into chat. And EJ has typed more than 1 message, so EJ is not my wife. Also, you've heard EJ talk. So type 10, don't believe him. And don't believe him to say Void Dreamer is my wife. It's not him either. It's not a conspiracy theory if we know it's true. Yeah, you're right. Voice scrambler. It's over. It's over, everyone. You figured me out. Tried to hide this knowledge, but I couldn't do it. You're too smart. This part's working. He's also a food master, this guy, yeah. Hey, JSHT. Think about this. So save defense is just bots and chips. Save defense for attacker in this case is what? Physics, waypoint, and the expanded stuff. An ID for what? No reason probably? Why is this even there? We get rid of code and blueprint ID. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. So we end up with physics, waypoint, which you really shouldn't know the waypoint either. Hardware, cosmetics. Yeah, we should get rid of the waypoint. Yeah. So physics, hardware, and cosmetics are the only things left, right? Let's take a look. Physics, waypoints deleted, blueprints deleted, hardware, cosmetics, codes deleted, and chips. Yeah, chips are probably allowed. Then there's a bunch of nonsense here that we got to delete. Oh, all right. So we need to send a saved defense for the attacker across the wire. And then we also need to send the ongoing match. Otherwise, you won't have enough information here. Send saved defense for attacker. Saved initial defense. Attacker over the wire. Send ongoing match over the wire. Update load match from database if existing. Why? Dude. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is bad. But this is only if it was already ongoing. Then ongoing match when it's passed to the client, which the only place this happens. This is when it gets passed to the server. There is no defense information here. Simulate game phases are being done. What are my thoughts on making the tutorial playable for non-registered users with non-ranked games and cookie stored progress? Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I just don't totally know how I'd do it. I mean, here's how you can play Botland right now. You'd be able to click register and type in whatever your email address is, so hi@hi.com, and type in your password and everything. And then that's it. You're in the game as soon as you click create account. So I think typing a few little bits of information and not having to verify your account are pretty good. And then you have 3 days to verify your account. Otherwise, you'll just get logged out. So I had thought about that. Ooh, JSHD. I like your flair that you have there. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, so 3D extended, I think having as little friction as possible to start is important. And I think having to provide little 3 bits of information is pretty simple. So I'll probably stick with that. Whenever I see registration, I'll leave. So the issue is I want to be able to save all of your information in the database, which means I need something to correlate it to. I think what you're talking about would be like a rewrite of the entire game at this point, in order to get it so that you can attack people and not have the data get saved. It wouldn't be a rewrite of the entire game, I guess. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to make progress. The tutorial wouldn't really work. There'd be a bunch of things where I need to source it either from localhost or from the database. It would change the flow of a bunch of different things. So yeah, if you see a registration page here and you're turned away, I think that's just a user that I'll lose. I don't know how many people are like that though, 3D extended. I think if you do make it a little bit easier, you will get more people, but I don't know how many are turned away from just a registration page. Where does this come from? I haven't even made this class yet. This is going to be contact matchmaker for match. This gets done, and then we pass back this create match. Yeah, so that's where we need to start. And what we return to the player, we have a bunch of opponent details in here. So we could just send back the ongoing match. We don't have that information right now. We could load it just for the sake of sending it to them. Or we could just send back exactly what it is that they need. 3D extended, I wonder how bad it would be though. So if you have a problem with that, what you could do is you could just make up something. You could just type in a bunch of stuff here and hit create account, and you'll be playing the game now. You'll just have a fake account name. So when you realize you like or dislike the game, you could go make a real account at that point. But yeah, the amount of time it takes you to just sign up and get into the game is very little. All right, see ya, Endurin. Take care. Man, chat's been really active lately. It's good. So yeah, this is where we'll have to start. Start from this and work our way to the client, then to the game server, then to the account server again, and back to the client. we're too active. I'm not following the script. No, you guys can still talk however much you want. Well, let's see if I can do this. I don't think it's the amount of data you have to provide. It's the process of getting active before you can test something. No, I agree with that, 3D Extended. I think that there are two major things here. One, the cost of implementing a fake account that could later register would likely be very difficult. There's potentially a way I could work around this, and it's by creating information in the database that could later be changed. But no matter what I do at this point, it'd be prone to errors since it wasn't baked in from the start. And two is the workaround for users is to just type fake data and see if you like the game. Now what I could do is I could do something like this. I could have like play as guest and have something like note this won't be saved, this won't be savable, something like that. And what it would do on the back end is create a random username, so random user whatever, and then type in a random email address, random email, same thing, at madeup.bot.land. So that way, these emails don't really get sent anywhere. There's no way for you to register them. When you say play as guest, you don't recognize that this is even happening in the background. You might see your name as random user, sure, but that's okay. So maybe I do something like that. And no, type 10, I don't think so. I mean, unless someone's purposely trying to troll. Well, so 3D Extended, the solution I'd come up with is what you saw here, which is you can register for an account and then you just don't have to verify it in your email. Because a lot of sites will have a flow like this. 1, register. 2, click a link in your email. 3, use the site. So what I did is, for Botland, I made it 1, register. 2, use the site. 3, at some point, click the link in the next 3 days. Click a link in your email. So I thought, oh, this will reduce the friction as much as I could reasonably do. This step just shouldn't take very long. But yeah. But that's the kind of thing where I think this is the difference. If you implement this, I think this is the difference between having like 10,000 users and having 10,100 users. So I don't think this feature is going to stop very many people from ever playing a game. There's no way to know beforehand. What is there no way to know beforehand? Maybe enter the email after you played the tutorial. So I can't do that either because the tutorial involves, the game is only online. And for it to be only online means that we need to save a bunch of things in the database. So I need a lot of things saved in the database for accounts that may never be played again and that don't have an email associated with them. So how do I ban a user who is trolling from one of those kinds of accounts? Do I just stop them from doing certain things? Is there a limited gameplay experience? Is it really that big of a speed bump? Is this that much of a benefit for me to even implement this in the first place? Am I incorrect on this count? So there are so many questions that I don't have the answers to right now. And I don't think it's a massively important feature to code without knowing some of this. So yeah, it might stop a user like you 3D Extended, but if you're 1 in 10,000 and Botland only has, let's say, 4,000 users at first, then I might not even have one user who has that issue. Limited amount of accounts to be made. Yeah. At this point, I don't want to keep talking about this because we're talking about an issue that is either going to exist way in the future or wouldn't exist at all. Either case, we would talk about it later, I think. All right, see you, Pro Sam, and good luck. So right when we call create match, this calls into here. And then this stuff shouldn't happen. Yeah, we get their serialized defense. We should load it in as the proper object and then convert it to an attack format. So I basically want to do something like this. Const excuse me, so that's the same. Then save defense equals there's no deserialize from database. There's just deserialize. Oh, no problem, 3D Extended. How do I work around Ajax cross-origin errors? Baldur, I suggest looking at Stack Overflow for those kinds of things because this should be something that's been answered a lot. In general, you don't have control over those. It's the server that typically has control over those. So if you're doing something wrong, is that you're trying to access it from a domain that's not allowed, which shouldn't really be the case from something like Instagram. So I don't have this serialized from database. It's not any different from this though. Okay, then what we need to do is something like this. Save defense. Save what? Initial defense. I should come up with a better design for this. Whoa, that scared me. There's a thing over there that just fell. Alright, convert for attacker. And we need to pass in let's see. Oh, we have your bots. What are we actually doing here? Ah, I see. We're getting the code and we're getting the hardware and cosmetics. That should be a buy feature. No, thank you. Definitely don't want that. Correlate all the data. So that's where this would take place. So this goes into save defense. Sanitize and serialize should be next to this. All right, let's put this down here. So this takes in database, all of these two things. Then all of this becomes the body of this function. There. Okay, cool. So this isn't needed. This is just this dot bots. Good. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Dutchie. Okay, cool. So in the end, though, this needs to return this style of object, which actually has bots and chips. They're just formatted differently. Yeah, maybe this looks the same, and then this one looks different. So it's just saved defense and saved expanded defense. Yeah, maybe that's how I do this. Save defense. And we can just know whether it was converted for attackers already. Then the entity, serialized entity version could be saved expanded defense. I'm not sure how I want to do this. So we set hardware, cosmetics, and script, and then we eventually need to remove any of the, oh no, we don't do that here. So we stringify the defense object. What did this used to say? I see. So we modified that in place. Then we just stringify this again. So that would be this. But not quite. We need to serialize it first. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So that looks good, and then we just return this. Yeah. Okay, well, we can test this one part. Yeah. How many hours have been put into Botland? You can check on Twinge to kind of get a good idea for this. If you click games and you click the last 609 days, it says total time played is 2,500 hours. This is across all of Twitch. So if you really just look at creative and game development, you get about like 2,200 hours when you remove the amount of lunch times I took and whatever else. Yeah, 2,300 hours, something like that. And I haven't played any games for more than 13 hours and 20 minutes. 0.26% of the time I've been streaming. That's not bad, Tyler. So this should allow us to persist this into the database. Let's go test it out. I'm going to drop the entire database and just start this again from scratch. Drop database botland. Then we need to just go restart everything. Let's go do that. put 2,200 hours developing this game already? Yeah, Dutchy. Actually, longer than that. I spent 7 months on the prototype. I spent a lot of time designing and just in meetings, and I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of time that went into this game. Okay, so we're going to go make 2 new accounts. We're going to have one attack the other one. So let's log in as Adam and make a defense. So we'll put lasers level 2. It doesn't really matter what we do here. We'll put lasers level 2. I guess we also need a script that does something. So let's put move random if you can't fire lasers. So let's do just that stuff. And then we hit save. That should have worked. It didn't. You're the only developer? Yeah. For each bot object. So this doesn't exist? Update ID map. Oh no. First of all, what is going on in my... Oh, why? This was supposed to be removed. Oh man, I know what happened. I modified the wrong file. Alright, that fixes this. Fine. I don't know which one I have to restart, so let's just restart both of these. But that's a pretty easy fix. So now when you press save, it should work. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. And we should be able to test this out and everything. I'm not going to test it right there. What we're going to try now is we're going to try attacking that player. It's going to fail, but what will happen is that we should see in the database that whatever this table is, where is it? Here, ongoing matches, this should be correct. That's all I'm trying to do right now. So let's try this out. Use botland, select star from ongoing matches. This shouldn't even exist. Yeah, nothing. But as soon as I press the attack button, that's when it should work. Yeah, so like I said, that's going to fail, but now this should exist. Perfect. And this should contain everything that we expect. Let's take a look. So we have 9 bots. I got to parse that. It's kind of frustrating. Is there any easier way to do this? I don't think there is an easier way to do this. A equals this. JSON.stringify, JSON.parse A. Not quite. Does parse even work on this? Wait a second, what? How did this... Where are those slashes coming from? Huh, weird. Okay, well, there we go. So now... we just figure out why this still isn't considered valid JSON. Expecting, it's a delimiter, line 1, column 12. Oh, this is in quotes. Ah, I did it. Cool. Okay, nice. Is it more comfortable? It's an ergonomic keyboard, so it makes it so that your hands rest in a more natural position. Is it more comfortable? Yeah, I think so. Because now when I go back to another keyboard, I feel like my hands are too close together. All right, this is good news. We have private data in here. So if we wanted to delete this, just to kind of see what the size of this file would be, and also this, and also this, then here's what we're left with. Physics, hardware, cosmetics. So where it is, what it looks like, and what it has on it. And that's it. We have that for a bunch of bots, and we're good. So, perfect. Step 1 worked. Success. So, Bahadur, I think for things like this, it's going to be frustrating at first. As soon as you can call into one API, you'll feel a lot better about it. So if you can find a library that does this. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, yeah. You're talking about the thing I think you're talking about. Yeah, if you find a library that does this in any language and just see how they set this up, it might be easier. Because chances are Instagram uses OAuth, and OAuth expects very particular headers to be set. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to just set that on the floor. All right, well, that's done. So we're now saving this correctly. We return it to here. This goes back to this. We have defense object with code. This is more like saved defense with private data. And we save this here for basically no reason. In fact, yeah, why would we do that? I don't know why now it's telling me that JSON is not correct. Well, it just returns a normal one. If you paste the JSON, I can take a look at it for you. And hey, Hammer, right? Yeah, actually, this has been... I actually just linked this in, but this has been going down a lot. If you look at the last, 14 days even, 75 viewers down to 71. It's been dropping for longer than that, though. Yeah, it started dropping 2 months ago. We have dropped almost a total of 20 average viewers. And I haven't really changed the amount of stream time or anything. So I'm not sure what to attribute this little hill to. But I guess as long as it doesn't go lower than it was when it started the hill, we're probably fine. Which is 70 viewers. Yeah. But yeah, welcome. So this, remove private info. This should be done directly inside saved defense. And in this particular case, we know it's a saved defense object. There's a case where we don't know that's going on. But it's only called from 2 spots. So let's just manually do this here. We'll say const. Should I return a new one here or just delete it? Remove private info. Then stringify it. This is not how you serialize this. This is how you serialize this. And then return object dot. Yes, perfect. Okay. There we go. So we just need to write this function now. How many subs for a new sub emote? I don't know where the cutoffs are. I don't even know how many subs I'm at right now. So my highest sub count was just above 100. I think it was like 105. So I was able to get, how many emotes do I have? Bo, bro, troll, 1, 2, 3, hack. I have 8 emotes. So I am currently at 83 subs. So I need to get another 17 just to hit the old count that I had. And then whatever the next tier is after that, probably 25 more, 50 more. All right, see you, Type 10. Thanks for joining in today. So yeah, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, Chromium. I don't ever push for subscribers. And I think I might be able to change some of the emotes that I already have. Because yeah, there are a couple of them that I just did right before I went on vacation. Those 3 in particular. I wouldn't mind keeping one of them, but they never really get used for anything. So I think I'd swap them out for something else. Okay, so remove private info needs to be added here. And this is what we have here. So someone else's defense will have information the attacker shouldn't have. It's because we need a persistent copy of the defense. So it's not like we can point to the defender's rows in the database any longer unless we've written everything. This function removes any of the private information that you're not supposed to have if it's not your defense. When it's not your defense. There. So this is not defense object with code. We don't care about that stuff. And that's it. This is all we need to do. This is pretty simple. Making math or game. I'm making a game called Botland. So yeah, it's a game. I'm not sure where the math stuff you were talking about is coming from. But normally the game would be online and I could just show you. For right now, you'll have to watch that video because it's not online right now and I'm currently butchering everything. But yeah, I suggest you check out the FAQ because there's a lot of questions that people have tended to ask here. And I've got answers for those. I don't mind if you just ask me them directly too. Hey Dan, welcome. So remove private info. This is pretty straightforward. And that means that this code isn't needed here anymore because this is only ever called from one spot now. Yeah. Great. Okay. Yeah, so that's step 2 was get the account server to return it to the user correctly. So wherever the user calls into this API, which is posting to matchmaking, which probably happens from join game here, that find opponent. Yep. So we're going to need to put a breakpoint here and then see what we've got. It should be pretty similar. It should just be a serialized save defense. So it should look fine. There's going to be an issue here though. I need to, how do I do this? I've got to invalidate all of the ongoing matches. Set expected game server version. This. I need to do this every single time. How do you get this as a curl script? There we go. Yeah. It's going pretty well. I can't complain. Nope. What am I doing? You got to be in bash for this. Oh, not that bash. Unless we have curl here, in which case, yes, this bash. Nice. Bad request, multi-part parser. Start boundary. Okay, let's try this bash. Whoop, that's... Exit, log out. Why are you making sounds at me? Okay, get bash. There we go. Oh, it's still giving me this. Does this button even work? Yes. What? Oh, I pasted the wrong thing. No, I have no idea. Alright, fine, let's try to figure this out. Because I think this is a curl error that I'm getting right now. And this should be exactly the same as what we had. What is this boundary? Let's just delete that. Then what? Does it work? Yes. Ha! I did it. Okay. So next we check the database and make sure there's no ongoing match. Good. Then we start the match, and on the client it'll break in and we'll have some information. And that's all I know so far. It never ends, Hideo. Here it is, serialized defense. And this looks perfect, yes. Okay, great. So that step is done. We are slowly piecing this puzzle together. Slowly. Taking me forever to do this. All right, so let's save this somewhere easy to get. Let's put it in desktop del. We'll say something like invalidate matches.cmd, except for it can't be a .cmd. We need to run this in bash. .sh. Sure. Hey, Syntonic. Long time no see. What's up? So git bash pwd. Good. Invalidate matches. No cat. We don't want cats on our command line. Why is it just stopped? Okay, let's try that again. Invalidate. Okay, tab completion doesn't work. Whatever. Yeah, cool. And thanks to Hammer, right? Yeah, it'll be online in the next couple of days. I'm not sure when exactly. This is a random call I made with Ajax and returned : is not defined. So let's take a look. The first thing I would do is this. Am I making the game alone? No. Yeah, this is, like I said, I don't mind linking to this sort of thing, but yeah, here's the question. Okay, so this looks like it's valid JSON. Yeah, it is. So, Bahadur, where is Can you show me the code you're using that says colon is not defined? Because this is valid JSON. Does tab complete not work because no executable permissions? That could be it. Change mod plus X, invalidate matches. Yeah, I think that was it. Well, it's still not tab completing. Does it have the execute bit? Invalidate matches. Wait, change mod didn't work? What? Okay, I don't know. I don't really care either, as long as I can run this. But yeah, you're probably right, Tim. Busy a few weeks with life stuff, excited to get back to work. Nice. Are you still doing the contracting job? Okay, so now that we know this is saved correctly, we have opponent and defense. When it comes to importing their defense, we're going to need all the opponent details. The opponent details are probably not what I want. Yeah, let's just stringify this whole thing. Darn, you're right, Hideo. What was I thinking? And let's close out of all of this. Okay, so we have name, ID. We don't have anything about colors. That sucks. You're too expensive. Well, do you think you're giving them values worth for your money? Like, you're not... I don't know. I don't know how to say this exactly. Or do you think they could just hire someone with less experience and pay them less and still get the same job? All right, so we don't have all the information we need here. The only way to get this is from the server. So the server needs to send it to us. The code. So I was kind of hoping for a JS fiddle or something here so I could just take a look at what's going on. Let's try this out. So we paste in the JavaScript you've got and we say external resource jQuery. How do you... What happens if I just say run here? It's probably going to say $sign isn't defined. Yeah, it's not. Whatever, I don't care. Okay, I can't get this to work. Settings framework. God, I'm always so bad at this. And it doesn't help that I can't see half of the toolbar up there. I can't find settings. The only settings I found was this, and there's no framework in there. Oh well. Click the JavaScript cogwheel. Oh, that kind of settings. Okay, thanks guys. All right, I'm done. I don't know. Bother, you should just link me it. You should link a JS fiddle for me. Hey, Arcana. Yeah, the only rules really are just... Where is this? There were some chat... Oh yeah, here it is. Are there any rules I have to follow in chat? There are only 2 rules, and I think they're pretty obvious for every chat on Twitch. So that's how true programmers look like. You mean struggling in a JS fiddle? Because that's not typical. It worked, didn't it? The code alerted error. Yeah, I didn't really look at the error though. I did see that, and I did see that was in the code. But I want this spoon fed to me if I'm gonna help somebody. All right, so as I mentioned, we got to get a bunch of details about the defender here for the client. We need colors, we need name, we need ID. We apparently have name and ID already. It can't be that hard to get colors. Let's just go find out where on the server this is happening. We have contact matchmaker for match. This calls into create, oh wait, get user. Oh, that's very interesting. We have 4 properties here. Name, def estimated skill, attack estimated skill, last defense update. Is a ranked match and ID. Where'd those come from? Is a ranked match. Oh, here it is. ID and is a ranked match. Okay, perfect. So we just need colors. Cool. If you post individual information from FAQ. I mean, yeah, these are, the guidelines are basically there as don't dox any users. Don't do anything that you generally consider bad. I try to be as nice as possible on the stream when it comes to warning and banning people. If you're doing something obviously stupid like spamming virus links or something, I'll just ban you without warning you. But in general, if you're trying to be a normal person and you step over the line, I'll warn you first. But typically when I ban you, because I give warnings out, it's permanent. And if you ever mention anything in chat again, I will obliterate your chat messages. You'll never be heard. Yeah, the virus links were actually a problem because people used that, I don't know, post image site or something that looked like an image host and wasn't really. Yeah, basically behave like you would in real life. All right, so we need some color information here. And I think we can also take a look. Where's... That's it, Ben EOJ. Hey, Capillara. Well, I shouldn't say virus link necessarily, just spam links. I'm not exactly sure what the goal of those links were. I just know that Twitch had a problem a while ago, maybe a year and a half ago, with just tons of spam was coming through channels. It was like 5 or 10 times a day there'd be these spammers who'd come through the chat, and I need to ban them, and I need to set up ban phrases on my bot, and then they got a lot better at filtering it themselves. But every once in a while... Oh, and if I filter, I typically don't talk about who gets banned. I don't think it's worth giving those people attention. So you won't be hearing any details from me on stream about it. Okay, so primary color, secondary color, name and ID. We have name and ID, we just need the colors. So let's just go get that. Primary color, secondary color. Then we just set these things here. Primary color. Nope, that should be secondary. Okay, so there's that stuff. Now that that's defined, we just use that here. Now, unfortunately, we don't really have that information because we need to pass in opponent details as well, which some of the time will be undefined. Let's take a look. Where does this get used? Currently, not many places. Okay, so we would have to put this here, import defense. And only when this is defined do we know you have an opponent, and that's where all their information comes from. I guess this could just be a serialized player object. But let's leave it like this for right now. So opponent details, that goes into import defense. Import defense will call into, yeah, so this, whatever args we have here, we just type ... args. Then this can pass in opponent details or have it be passed in. And sometimes it'll be undefined. And we know that you're playing against somebody else. If importing is, this is nil. So if you're not importing your own defense, then now is where you get all of this stuff from opponent details. And instead of saying .get, it has to exist. So we say primary color, secondary color, name is name and ID is ID. Yeah, sounds pretty simple. Defender name. And this has to exist. I don't know a case where this won't exist. So let's do that. Let's get rid of this. And finally, this will exist as well. We get the player. Yeah, this is not really correct, right? It would always be the defending player. Let's just put a breakpoint here. And then we restart the account server and try again after invalidating all the matches. Good and good. Great. We are chugging right along here. Let's try this out now. So we click attack. It should break in. Good. And then we should have a bunch of opponent details, including colors. Yes. And the defending player's ID should be -1. Okay, perfect. So then all we have to do is change this player. Okay. Change the defending player's ID so that to the from its temporary value. This is questionable. This is very questionable. Yeah, I don't think this should be necessary. Because before we get there, we'll have set up the arena and players. Yeah, and then we'll have the AI player's ID set already. What is going on then? Oh, that is wrong. Yeah, so this shouldn't be necessary at all. And in here, we get this. Yeah, all of this is wrong. Hooray. Yeah, all right, that's too bad. Well, I know how I could fix this, but I have to change it again in a little bit when I fix it a second time. You may not know why I'm not just fixing it once, but I think it's not clear right now exactly how I want to do this. So I want to do it in stages and then reconcile the differences between stage 1 and stage 2 here. So for now, what we'll do, this should be used for next to nothing. In fact, possibly even nothing. Not even next to nothing. Yeah, this is all match information, which shouldn't have existed here. Also, why is this here? I feel like this should be part of setup arena. But the defender ID now exists in opponent details. Opponent details dot defender ID, and it's capitalized, right? Yeah. Except for no, it's not. It's not even there. What am I talking about? Oh, it's ID. Never mind. Any idea how many lines of code you added or removed from your code base today? I could take a look probably, although I'm not totally sure how to do that. But in general, I don't find that to be that helpful of a metric. Let me see. Yeah, so is there a way to check all of these? No, there isn't. Yeah, my only commit was this one though. So I guess if you just looked at this, you'd find all of them. So yeah, lines added, lines removed. I could scroll down a little bit. So in general, it looks like I removed a bit more than I added in existing files. And then for new files, I added several hundred lines of code. A lot of that is just because there are so many properties that one line of code gets expanded to something like 9 or 10 lines of the file. Okay, yeah, we need more information here. When we create the match, we create an ongoing match. If we just got that back here, that would contain everything we need. I'm pretty sure. We should take a look at that. Yeah, that would fix everything. Figure out if we can get the ongoing match data as soon as a match is created. If so, that should contain all that the client needs. I need to verify that, but let's take a look. So we go to create match. This isn't even the right file. So we have ongoing match. We also have matches. Yeah, so if we got all of that, does that contain everything we need? Where is this? ID. How do we find this? We need the ID of the player, which is in here. Defender ID. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we have that. Is a ranked match? Is that in here? Is ranked. Is there anything about ranking information here? Is ranked. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So we have 2 of those. Attack and defense skill. Attack initial and defense initial. It's probably that. And then what else? Name. Do we have name in here? Defender name. Yep. And last is defense update, which is the only thing that I think is not there. And that's only because it's not really necessary, I think. It's just an interesting fact. You might be curious how old a defense is, so we need to tell you that date. Yeah, I think we can do that, yeah. Okay. You have so many passwords that you have to use KeePass? Yeah, and that's actually one of the goals of KeePass, is to make it so that all of your sites have different passwords. So for example, let's say you hacked into my Steam account or something, or the database from Steam leaked, and you got my password somehow. I don't even know what that password is, and it's not shared on any other sites. So you would have hacked exactly my Steam account and nothing else. And that's one of the goals of KeePass. If you had just 2 or 3 passwords saved in there, then there's no real point in even having the program. And also, you're opening yourself up to someone taking all of your accounts when they take one of them. And see a 3D extended. And YouTube other. And yeah, I think taking a break from the problem will definitely help. And then hopefully finding some frameworks that implement what you're looking for. Or what Raythi said. Could just be a simple solution there. Okay, so we return everything from here. We'll have more than enough information. Will the client ever care about some of this? This stuff it definitely cares about. This it does. This. That should also be fine, right? Yeah. Yeah, we just send all this back, and then we don't need to do what we're doing here, which is sending the serialized defense separately. This is much smarter. Yes, much smarter. What if KeePass wants to hack you? Yeah, that would be a huge problem. But you've got to place your trust in something if you're going to use computers. You're placing it in a lot of things if you're using a computer. You're trusting that your operating system isn't leaking that information. And even if, there's no way you can code review your entire operating system. You have to trust someone else who reviewed it, or at least pieces of it. Is it safe to use the application to handle all passwords? So Arcana, safe is in the eye of the beholder. Like I just said, you have to place your trust in something. For example, if you divide the operating systems that are in use into these 3 general categories, I think all of these now will have some way for you to be like, oh yeah, I want to save the password here. Or if not, browsers have that too, right? Chrome has something like that. You type in your username and password, it says, do you want me to remember this? At any given point, you're trusting your operating system to not just be sending these keystrokes to a server, listening to your password. You trust Chrome not to do the same thing. You trust KeePass not to do the same thing. So it's all, where are you placing your trust, being aware of that, and then also thinking of cost versus benefit. So when someone hacks my, Neopets account, which I don't even have, then I don't care. And so I don't care how secure that password is or where it's being saved or who to trust. But if someone hacked my email accounts or something, I would care. Yeah, it's open source, but remember, open source doesn't mean it's bulletproof. And just because something can be reviewed doesn't mean that it was thoroughly reviewed or reviewed by the right people or that you should trust those people. And even if all of that was the case, it's still possible that someone finds a way for you to think you're downloading the right thing and that you're not really. I don't know why Neopets came to my mind. I don't think I've ever been to that site. Virtual pet community. Yep, never went there. I saw Donkey do a video on this. I think that's why it came to my mind. Actually, to some extent, yeah, you are placing your trust in hardware too. But I think the trust you place in hardware, just being hardware, is typically like you trust that it won't explode or be sharp and hurt you. From a more real perspective, you could buy a keyboard that has a keylogger in it, and yeah, that that's a software thing. You should compile the code yourself to be 100% sure. Yeah, I think this is kind of a rabbit hole of a conversation because, again, even if you compile it yourself, even if you review the whole thing itself, are you sure that you could spot any security issue? And even then, are you sure that they're not exploiting a bug in a compiler? There was something that was just announced, like 3 years ago in GCC. There's a memory leak when you use, I don't know, some union type or something like that, and then you try destructing an object. And you might be exploiting that a compiler has that behavior in order to get a buffer overflow or something along those lines. And I don't know. The point is you can't really be 100% sure when it comes to other people's software unless you've really reviewed everything that comes out of it. Hey G24O. The world right now is an employee of my company. Are you ashamed to get in the mood? All right. Well, good luck, G24O. I'll try to talk very slowly and smoothly. Actually, M. Perry, that's something I never thought of. Wow. That's a lot of years in the future. It's like 18,000 years from now. You're streaming from the future. Okay, so yeah, I think we need to fetch this information. And I think the best way to do it is to make the get ongoing match for user. I think we make this callable from inside a transaction. If we do that, then we'll get an ongoing match here that we can return. Syntonic uses it before running marathons. He just has so much energy afterward. Yeah, so I think that's the first thing. Yeah. This will work for everything except the last time the defense was updated. Okay, so modify this so that it can take in a transaction. I'd like to be able to do this. I'm not sure what the feasibility is. I don't think it should be too bad. Wish there were more streamings of programming in Spanish. It'd be simpler. Oh, Arkina, if you want that, you should check out Narcos vs. Zombies. Doesn't he stream in Spanish? I have a feeling he does, but I don't know what languages exactly. Let me see. Okay. Well, he writes that he's from Mexico. But anyway, yeah, maybe check this guy out, Arkina. He speaks it, doesn't stream in it. Oh, well, he speaks it. Okay, so make this take in a transaction, then from create match, return. Oh, you know what? I don't really have to do that. Although there could be a race condition here, but you'd be exploiting yourself and not the server if you did that. I shouldn't say exploiting yourself. You'd be hurting yourself. Exploiting yourself means something different. If I can't do this, then I could just have the server return it just after creating the match. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way. We just don't return anything from there and then fetch it all again. Oh, I stream in French all the time. How do you think you can understand me so clearly? And all of you other people can also speak French. Excuse me. Okay, we'll try it this way. I think this is the easiest way. And I don't think there's any major performance hit here. So at the bottom of create match, which isn't even here, it's in here, we are returning save defense. We are not going to return save defense. We're going to later get this again. Yeah. Hey, Jay. Sometimes it's more difficult to understand Mexican Spanish than English. Well, Arkina, one of the things that I asked people in my stream last week, I said, everyone who doesn't speak English as a first language, do you ever have trouble understanding me? And people generally said no. So I think if you're in the stream for a few days, you might eventually get used to my accent, and then it shouldn't be too bad. But if you're still having trouble, always feel free to ask me. I don't mind ever clarifying what it is I'm saying. Okay, so after this, we'll go to here. We don't get a save defense back. We get nothing. We do this. Get ongoing match. There. Wow, Spirit Man. How utterly rude. Alright, so the ongoing match needs information removed from the defense. So how should I do this? This is actually something I hadn't considered, and I'm probably leaking data here. Oh wait, no, I'm never returning this to the user, right? Yeah, it's only being sent to a server. So I gotta write this down. Yeah, I definitely have to write this down. This is gonna take, I think, probably most of this week to do. Make sure we're never serializing an ongoing match to a user. It contains serialized defense, which may contain private information, like code. Okay, so the way that ongoing match works is we have this. This potentially contains private information. Actually, it always contains private information. What's the problem, Arkina? Have you ever thought about growing a beard until Botland launches? No, I can't do that. I think people would start handing me money on my walks around the city if I grew a beard. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though, is it? It'd be funny if they said cheer 25 as they handed me a quarter. Hey, Killjack. It's going well for me. How about you? Also, Syntonic, I don't know if you looked at my Twitter at all, but did you see my new keycaps on my Ergodox? Look at that. There's blue and red. Now, if only I could use it. Return. Yeah, the only issue is that I still need to remove private information. Do you work for someone or are you independent? I am working for myself. So yeah, I'm independent. Also, hey, Tom Martino. I'm not even using it. Man, I've tried before. Also, I still have the Tyrael on my desk from the Diablo day. I should move this. Also, it's broken a little bit. Oh yeah. It's like barely hanging on. I wonder if I should just sell this. Yeah, I can use it to type English. I just can't really use it to code yet. So we're moving private information from this. We can make an ongoing match. The serialized defense, we could even turn into a real object. I could even encapsulate it here. Is there anything that's private that the attacker shouldn't have? I think it's just this. Is there anything else in here? Oh, there's skill levels? No, I think that's fine. I think you should have information about all of this. You already know all of it. Yeah. The only issue is when this contains something in a different phase. Is that was the whole percentage changing thing, right? I forgot what exactly it was about though. I should just watch the clip. Could make it so that ongoing match has removed private info in it, but it wouldn't work when I have the expanded form. How would I know what form it's in? I need to save some meta information about it, or no, I could just actually I can do this. Okay, yeah, we'll try this out. Remove private info. We get saved defense. We do defense.deserialize. There. And we could potentially save this dot removed private info equals false. Oh, the Duriel fight. Okay, got it, yeah. There we go. There. Okay, perfect. So then we need to call this from the server. We call get ongoing match for user. Perfect. Good. Don't care about that. We do need to serialize the whole thing. So return object dot ongoing match equals ongoing match. You know, Hideo, before I started downloading Path of Exile, 2 days ago, I had considered, should I just start a ladder character on Diablo 2? And then I thought, where will this get me? I'll get to the end of the game and then I'll hit the same wall that everybody hits there, where it's not really fun and like, what am I doing? So I'm kind of glad I decided not to do that. Kind of glad. Okay, so we call get user on a lot of this that we're not going to need anymore because we'll have the ongoing match. So, excuse me, some of the things that we won't need are attack skill, colors, yeah, name. So this is really all we need. Last defense update. And we don't have this anymore. This would be ongoing match dot get defender ID. Yeah, thankfully we have that. Cool. And we'll just format this a little bit better. So then all of this is not needed. Opponent details now contains next to nothing. In fact, we probably shouldn't even have an object for it because it used to contain all this stuff. We can just say last defense update. Yeah. Return object last defense update. Opponent full details. Sure. Where's opponent details to begin with? Here it is. ID and is a ranked match. Those things both exist here. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. And now I'm missing something. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. Can we delete this? So we can say last defense update is null. And this isn't going to exist. It's going to be ongoing match. But it's actually going to be serialized ongoing match. Whoa, what? Hideo, really? How long were you playing for? How did you delete the whole line without selecting it? So there are two ways. By default, you can do Control X without a selection. That'll cut the line. So it'll actually modify your clipboard. So if my clipboard contains the word clipboard and I hit cut here, so if I were to paste right now, if I hit Control X, it actually does put that on my clipboard. So if you want to do that without controlling your clipboard, I have Control Shift D set up for that. And for you to do that, you would do this. Just add that to your key bindings file. Hey, Olo. EJ's about to do it. He's about to talk about how Adam is the greatest text editor in the world. Wait for it. Wait for it. Guys, I'm just finishing up my breakfast, okay? Alright, serialized ongoing match. We need to save this in here. Hey, Corpo. As I don't know how you'd pronounce your name. You should definitely tell me. New chatbot. I don't know what you're referring to there. But yeah, you should check out the FAQ. So my game is called Botland. Just eating my breakfast, Adam Troll. What time is it there? You can always type streamer time if you want, but I'll just type it into here. It is 3:20 p.m. Also, I said breakfast as a joke. It was something that I say almost every day before I start the stream, and EJ preempted me today. Oh, you changed nicknames. Oh, let's find out who you were. You were Olo. Oh, I was gonna say this looks oddly Polish. Polish people sure love the letter Z. All right, let's write this down. Well, Olo is easy to pronounce. This new one is insane. Nobody can say that name. I got you hyped. What kind of necromancer did you play? Corpo rat. I can't call you Olo though. Now that you changed your name, if I call you Olo, no one's gonna know who I'm talking about. So I can call you Corpo. Oh wow. Yeah. Corpo. Oh, how silly. All right. Spirit Man, I'm still waiting for you to change your name to Strip Man. From that one host. Zookeeper. So summons. You made it to Act 4, nice. Yeah, after playing Path of Exile for a little bit, I think part of the reason I didn't like it is because I could kind of see where builds were going, but I didn't have enough control over the builds. It's like with Diablo 2. At that point, I kind of just want to be at the end game, but there is no end game. I don't know. All right, I've been just lagging behind on this thing. Let's keep going with this. So I've got, I think, almost everything here. So this would be ongoing match docket defender ID. That was a bug until I just fixed it. And this, the same thing. Okay, cool. So let's just take a look. We'll go back to here and we'll just put a breakpoint there. Okay, so we have to drop all the matches. Done. We have to restart the account server. Done. And we have to connect from the client again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's too bad. What happened here? Shouldn't count toward ranking. Deserialize, not a function. Why? Deserialize, not a function. Oh, it's not a function. Wellity, wellity, wellity. So wait, though, there's the same thing. Ongoing match. Deserialized. There's... What? This can't be right. Alright, let's try that out. Oh, it's the same way in Path of Exile? There are 3 difficulties? Huh. And yeah, EJ, but the best way to do that would be just upgrading Node, right? Because yeah, I think it would clean things up. I do want to use it eventually. Indie games. I like the spinning. Online strategy game with a focus on automation. Neat. You should have it so when you click this, it goes to bot.land. Also, there's a little plus sign there. I don't think you want that. And this should be pretty easy for you to Photoshop out the plus, right? Oh, I'm not going to upgrade Node now, but yeah, I will. Okay, I'll add it at the last line of my to-do list, EJ. You know what? Let's keep this. Let's keep this response from Hideo. Seconds, lol. God, can't remove these things. Oops. To get to promise that all, promise that method of the hours. I'll write it on the to-do list. The second is gone. Better luck tomorrow. Oh, you already got your A? Wow, that was fast. Good job, Hobbite. Okay, let's try this out again. And again and again and again until it works. So we invalidate that match. We click attack. It still doesn't work. What did I screw up this time? Unexpected token U. Alright, let's just debug this. How many points does it cost? Yeah, 42, 42. You'll never get me. What mouse am I using? I am using a Logitech G600, excuse me. I almost said G2600. The Atari Logitech G2600. Okay, so we'll go into the server, and somewhere in here is where this happens. Where did it say? Save defense. Ongoing match. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we can put a breakpoint there. Okay, so we got the Chrome DevTools link. Still haven't run through that process of making it clickable. And then we just try running this command. Yeah. So we click attack. It should have broken in. DB ongoing match. Oh yeah, okay, I see. We need to invalidate matches before we do that. What? All right. Yeah, let's bump it up one rank, I guess. I don't know why you would have spent all your points on that. Cool. So this broke in. Now we have ongoing match. Remove private info is what fails here. There's stupid points back. I'm moving this down a rank. Alright, I really have to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So this is the function that was failing right here. And it's this in particular. So this what is this? Defense. Yeah, something's failing in here. Because what? This needs to be parsed. Oh man. Fine. See you, Chromium. Take care. How many of you like Twitch notifications about clips? Because I've been getting notifications that say this streamer's clip is getting popular. You should watch it. I don't like those kinds of notifications. Actually, can you turn those off? Turn off Twitch notifications around clips. 'Cause that's annoying. I like notifications about friend requests. I think those are good. Didn't find a way to disable it. All right, C85 filter. Have fun at the, what did you call it? I took it as a, oh, there we go. Wait, here it is. Logistic fair. Yeah. What would I call that? Yeah, I guess fair is fair. You want no notifications at all? Not even for friend requests? Friend requests are uncommon enough where I think it's okay to have a notification for that. Huh. Okay. Well, as for this, the way this would have to work for remove private info is that this first needs to be, parsed first. Which I don't like. That's why it should probably just be an object. There, and that should fix this. Hey Ricardo, and hey Vicious B. Can't you just go into settings and change the notify me when? I haven't looked into it yet, but yeah, I'll take a look because that sounds great. I don't want to use the friend system. Either people talk publicly on Twitch or Discord PM, that's enough. Okay. I think the friend system is nice. Plus you can discover streams or at least where your buddies are on Twitch. I like that feature. Granted, I rarely use it for that. I use it as bragging rights for how many friends I have on Twitch. I have so far never shared the number. Okay, so we should run into the same thing here. Let's try it out. We type in this URL, we go clear out the database, and we start a match. And it breaks in, but this time it works. Yeah. Okay, so now we don't have any code, we have no blueprint ID, and we have no waypoint in here. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. And then we send this back to the player, and then it breaks in over here, and this time, what is that? Oh yeah, I don't care about that. This time, good. Yeah, I think it all worked. Nice. So why can't that just be an object? I don't think I should be stringifying these all over the place. Hideo, I think one of the nice things about Twitch Friends as a feature, let me learn how to talk. Twitch Friends, the nice thing is I think notifications when they're in the same channel you are, and the ability to see what channel they're in. I think those are both pretty cool things. The part about like, yeah. I guess that's all really the friend system is, right? Is there anything else? Anyway, I like these features though. I think they're cool. Okay, so now that we have this, part of adding someone as a friend is permissions, I think. He just friends you on Discord. Yeah, it is pretty difficult to figure out at first. And their UI is actually pretty good on Discord too, I think. Okay, so this time around, opponent and defense has this information. So JSON.stringify opponent and defense. So we're going to copy all of this. Now we need to get all of the information out of here so we can deserialize the ongoing match. Ongoing match equals this, the ongoing match itself equals ongoing match dot deserialize. Okay, cool. Then we'll have everything we should have gotten from here. So opponent details will now be just get defender ID. Cool. Importing the defense will pass in the ongoing match. That's going to be needed over there. Anywhere else that we had opponent details? Yeah, here. Last defense update. That's just in opponent and defense. Wait, really, EJ? I didn't hear about that. You should let me know when that sort of thing's going on. I like how it shows Enduring from 2 days ago and you haven't accepted that either. That's really mean. You went through the effort of removing him like that. What kind of monster are you? Get attack estimated skill. That's the initial skill. Yeah, good EJ. That'll show him. We'll all be having fun playing this game. You'll put the Necromancer class into food.exe. And Hideo will be there sulking. Oh, I wish I'd accepted his friend request. Well, I'll just laugh at him. Alright, so this is ongoing match. Dot what? Get attack initial skill and get defense initial skill. And then is a ranked match. Hey, 9 hellos. What's refactoring? Refactoring is generally just putting code from one form into another form. And typically you do this to either make it faster or cleaner or something along those lines. Easier to use in the future. So you might have something like this. Let's think of it. Like const return value equals like, I don't know. First name plus space plus last name plus colon plus get user details dot foo plus space plus get user details dot bar. And you might be like, okay, this line's a little bit too long. Let's change it into this. Full name is first name plus last name. And user details, get the user details just once. And then get foo and bar from those. And then the whole thing that you return might be just now full name plus foo plus bar. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. This line is much better than this crazy line. And you had some 3 supporting lines for it. So that could be a minor refactoring that you might do in a code base. There's a bunch of different things it could mean. So last defense update here. And then finally, ongoing match dot is ranked. This, I think, already exists as a variable name, which means I won't be able to, yeah, is a ranked match. Let's change it to that. And an ongoing match will just return that same thing. get attack initial skill. Put this here. Okay. So what's remaining? Got all that. Do we have any more opponent details here? Well, thanks, Neochromer. Yeah, we'll see what happens. All right, the serialized defense is right here, and it needs to be parsed. Though it's still called serialized defense, but it's part of ongoing match. And this is not needed here ever. So opponent name, this doesn't exist here anymore. Why is it so difficult to get all of this stuff? Just return this. Hey, Cattle and Web, there's no profit yet. You vote for Variety Game Stream. Yeah, who knows what I'll do. Yeah, I know other languages in JavaScript. Thanks, Wraithy. Here's a point for that, Wraithy. Good job. Okay, so when we import this, import defense, we parse it here too. So I guess we can just take this. Why would we deserialize it here though? None of this should ever be needed. Yeah, what am I doing? So we can just put this, get rid of that completely. Put that there. And then we have the ongoing match, so we don't really need any of this. Does he like JavaScript? Yeah, I like JavaScript 9 hellos. Okay, so the computer level comes from what? Ongoing match? Well, it's there. Opponent name, sure. We really should just... Do we ever need this anywhere else? No, we don't. I'll just do it this way then. Oh wait, yes we do. Never mind. I didn't see that until I deleted it. Okay, phases simulated. Then the journal, get serialized journal. That's, I guess, as good as we can get. No, Cattle and Web, I don't think that's fair. This is JavaScript. There are such minor transformation steps that happen from this to what actually gets run as far as language is concerned that I would just call this JavaScript. Attacker bots placed. Attacker bots placed. And what else? Start time? We've got to have this somewhere. It's probably in the match itself. Start time, yeah. So there's start time and there's is ranked. And we just need one more thing. Get start time. What am I doing? Well, what Catalan Web, this is the JavaScript standard right now. There are things in C that, sorry, there's things in C++ you can't do in C. And they'll never be possible in C. Like, they're never going to add classes to C. That's what C++ is for. And they're not going to add all these other C++ 11 features that exist. I think this is JavaScript. Okay, have I fixed all of these errors? And do I need to restart this thing again too? I might have accidentally left in a debugger there. Yeah, I did. So we should probably restart that one more time. Also, what about this? Unexpected debugger, assigned a value but never used. Oh, this stuff doesn't even exist, but that's okay. That's client side. I don't care about that just yet. That's not being used either. What else? Yeah, that's about it for right now. So let's go restart that. Yeah, I think things like that, Neochromer, are things that I don't think they affect too many people in reality. I'm not saying edge cases don't ever catch somebody up, but I think sometimes there are talks or presentations, and I think that WAT presentation is mostly for humor's sake. I don't think it's supposed to highlight that the language is super inconsistent or something, because I think that these are inconsistencies that if they even ever do bite you once, you just work around from then on. And it's not something where you're constantly like, God, I don't know if nil equals undefined in language X, and you just test it and you know. No, Catalan Web, I'm saying there is no abstraction here. This is JavaScript. I happen to be running it through some converters. I don't really need to do that anymore. Most of this is just supported right now in the browser and in Node. But yeah, 2 years ago when ES6 was just a proposal really, that's when I would say, okay, it's not the JavaScript standard yet, but it will be. Hey, Tears. Undefined was a function. I wonder what it would do if it was a function. Okay, so when we run this, we should get, no, DB ongoing match is not defined. Oh, this is because I didn't invalidate matches first. Now we try again. Match.deserialized on a function. Is that a problem on the account server or here? Oh, it's a problem here. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we were asking Tears, or maybe you weren't asking anything, but yeah, that's Lodash. C++ methods and classes are just functions that are passed to this variable context, so you could say C++ is C. I mean, maybe in that one particular regard you could, but C++ has a whole bunch of other features on top of that. Just class semantics in general have been built on with things like operator overloading and copy constructors and move semantics, and I don't agree with you here, Catalan Web. Like, this is the JavaScript standard. And when I'm coding in, you could almost exactly at this point just copy paste and it would work. The couple of things that aren't would be because I'm not using the right version of Node yet. And other than that, though, it's JavaScript. I also don't think it's a very important distinction to make, though. Like, for all intents and purposes, even if it wasn't JavaScript, you might as well call it JavaScript. But I think it is JavaScript. Okay, so here. This is an ongoing match, and it's, well, something's failing. Let's find out what. We don't have an end time. I think that's okay. Also, start time is a string. I don't really like that, but it doesn't impact anything yet. But something in here is failing. What is it? Deserial? Oh, it's not a function. It's got to be deserialized from database, I think. Yeah. But there is no way to do that. How do we serialize this to begin with? Match.serialize. So this was not serialized to us correctly. Oh, or I just never wrote this function. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I just never wrote this function. So that's where all of these things are going to go in. It's kind of silly. Okay, now it should work. We invalidate matches one more time. Did it work? Yes, nice. Okay, so we're in here now. And we get rid of that other breakpoint. Now let's take a look. We should get to import defense and then everything should fail. So yeah, we're in here. Opponent details. This shouldn't exist. What is this? This is an ongoing match. No. What? Where's that coming from? Oh. Oh, I just named it wrong. Okay. Should be ongoing match. So yeah, here's where we start to get this stuff. So ongoing match has nothing about getting primary or secondary colors. No. Get defender primary color, return this dot primary color, and get defender secondary color. So this is this. Same thing here. Does botland have anything to do with the AI revolution? I don't know what that is, but very likely no, it doesn't. Botland isn't intended to be any more than just a game. It kind of reminds me, every once in a while I'd read about a composition from the 1800s or the 1900s, and a lot of people would add context that wasn't there. The composer would sometimes just say, I just made this music. There was no inspiration. It was just music I thought was nice and I made it. And other people are like, no, that's not the case. Like, there's definitely something more to it than that. I've always thought of Botland as just, it's a game. I want people to have fun. That's that. There's no ulterior motives, either good or bad. It was just that. Defender name. I think we already have this defined. Get defender name and ID, yeah. Okay, so what are we missing here? This is never even used. Oh, because of this. Yeah, this should be unnecessary. I'm going to write a bunch of to-do. Make sure this is deleted from the source. New Chromer. I could just check which phase we're in for that. Okay. Oh man. That's not the same color blue though. This is a little bit darker, right? Yeah. But looking good. Alright, we try this again and again and again. No, Neochromer, that's Phantom Bot. That's the points bot. Hideo just gets a lot of points because he helps out a lot. Unlike a certain EJ who just goes around friending people on Discord. Just not helpful. Are points being added when you watch the VOD? No, it's only when the bot is online and you're in the channel. So it's once every, what was it, 10 minutes? Okay, so here we are. This is all better work. Let's just hit the play button. Oh man, it did work. It took so long to do this. Oh, it was on Twitch? Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought I was on Discord even earlier too. I have screwed up the memes. Okay, so if we tried attacking, this is going to just totally fail. Yeah. I don't even know what's happening. Something went terribly wrong though. Yeah, I can't deserialize this. Oh wait, this is a function though. Let's try that again. This better not... Okay, good. That's pretty scary there for a second. I thought I would have to restart a bunch of things. So we'll try that again. What worked? So what worked this whole time, if you ever looked at the game last week or something and you saw me click attack and then you see a defense here, you'd be like, yeah, that was happening last week, right? That was happening for the last few months. Well, I just changed things to make it easier to understand what's going on from a code perspective. And it's taken like 2 days to set this up. So I'm back to where I started from a user perspective. I'm not even actually back to where I started. I have a lot of work left to do to get there. But from a code perspective, things are looking a lot better. Troll option. Adam. Well, this sums up the stream. Up. Up. I thought it was going to be exactly even. Wonder who voted Vim. What was the quote? Why is my exclamation key not working? Quote 4. There it is. I knew it was one of the first few. Okay, so we got this part working. So we've gotten from the account server to the client. Now we need to do the rest of the steps. Oh man. Send ongoing match over the wire. Oh yeah, if you guys don't mind voting on this straw poll. I'm actually kind of surprised that amount of people had said no to this. Because one of the things I was wondering about is I think the majority of streamers now who are serious about streaming have moved to green screens. And I was just wondering, is this now an expectation? Don't get a green screen? I mean, enough people said no and I don't care, where I don't really feel the need to get one. And yeah, it would mess with the lights. But other than that, it would make certain things... I mean, all of the space that you see underneath... Can't really show you this. Anyway, I'm taking up like a third of the webcam here. So that's a bunch of extra space you'd be able to see. You're a developer though, not a streamer. Yeah, I think that's the one big reason, is that I don't think people are just reading off of my screen that much. To the point where, you know, I should just do this. Let's open up MS Paint. Let's draw some shapes. There. There. That's about good. We'll take the closer ones here. Okay. Then we'll give the people what they want to see. We'll go super face cam for a day. There. And we'll just code like this. How's this working out for you? by not having a green screen. Gives more depth to your awesome body. Yeah, I think this is what we'll do. We'll be serious coding stream now. Add a bit cup. My code experience. No, go back. Wait, go back, you said? Go larger than that, you said? You want it like this? Alright, here. Put it back to where it used to be. Which is right there. Yeah. Tips 10 token. Alright, so we got it to the point where you can enter a match. We're slowly working our way there. So we don't need this code. I think we just delete this. Is there a space between the bottom and the camera? Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, let's full screen this. No, wait. I gotta make this bigger. Doesn't work. I just wanted to see if it'd be more obvious if there was something underneath the camera, but I think this is lined up pretty well. Do you use OBS? Because that looked a lot smoother than when I try to move and resize things. Yeah, I use OBS. I'm using the multi-platform one. So I can do things like, where was it? This, whoosh, and have transitions, and just generally, super trippy. All right, I'm done with that. Let's get rid of this stuff. Change ID of player. Yeah, this isn't necessary. Catalan Web, that was an effect I did for the April Fool's video. I don't know if you saw that. So this stuff's still not done. I've gotten it to the point though where you can attack someone in just the first phase. Or you can't even run the attack yet though. How does OBS make money? I don't know if they do make money. We removed a decent amount of code from both of those. I am slowly simplifying things. Slowly. Yep, nice. Yeah, tons of code was added to both of those files. That doesn't really matter too much. In fact, remove private info should be on this, right? Yeah. Call remove private info to remove that before serializing it. So convert for attacker. Where's that even done? A defense saved in the database is saved such that it points to a blueprint. Attackers shouldn't have knowledge of defender blueprints, at least not by ID. So we expand the blueprint into hardware and cosmetics here. Also, I think we inject the script. Yeah. We inject the script. This is considered private information. and should be removed before sending to the attacker. Is the April Fool's video good? Yeah, I think so. And I don't usually recommend my VODs. That's one of the VODs I actually will recommend. That and some of the clips that were taken. The clips are pretty short though. The April Fool's video is only an hour long, so I think it's pretty watchable. And I think there's some funny stuff. In general, it was me trying to have a normal stream under some constraints. It's like doing an improv game where every word you say has to start with the next letter of the alphabet or something. You can just try to do your normal work, but it ends up being funnier. I wasn't sure what to expect from that stream, but it turned out to be pretty good. Okay, so this prepares a saved defense for being saved into an ongoing match. This is for the sake of an attacker, but there will be private information in the ongoing match that the attacker shouldn't have access to. Into their hardware/compromise/script. Did I update to React 15.5? Probably not. No, I'm on 15.4. There. Okay, cool. For that, call remove private info. Okay, cool. You can now attack another player. You'll see their defense. You can't commence a phase yet. Don't recommend update. Why not? Also, you can't resume an ongoing match yet. Wow. All right. Yeah, there is a lot going on here. Well, we're done with that step now. The next thing is we need to make it so that you can resume a match and so that you can actually commence a match. Make it so that you can resume a match. That is this. And make it so that you can commence a match. E.g. attack, main menu, attack, without commencing. Well, we should replace like that. Oh yeah, Hideo told me about that neochromer. Interesting. Yeah, it's a pain at first, but I think once you're there and it's more stable, I think things are typically better. Pickle! Thanks for subbing. Is that a resub? Because you've been subscribed before. They provide code mod? What is code mod? Was that on the blog? Oh, what is this? What is code mod? Huh. Wow, I've never heard of this. It's pretty crazy. Assist you with large-scale code-based refactors. Wow, neat. I should look into this at some point. Wow. Greatly help when refactoring JavaScript. Actually, I guess it's language agnostic, right? Yeah. For example, you can have it try to automatically change the order of 2 arguments everywhere. Yeah. Mushmouth, on Saturday, for example, I lowered the cost down to 10 points. Also, everyone who's been in chat for a really long time has tons of points. In fact, you probably have a ton of points too, right? 115. Okay, so make it so that you can resume a match. This needs to be changed, because it uses this all over the place, and this doesn't even exist anymore. So how did I want to change this? Opponent details was never a thing. How did I serialize defense? What do we need? We have the ongoing match here. Load match from database if existing. And yeah, if it existed, we just want to send the ongoing match and we're done, right? Yeah. Manual bind to arrow. Has plugins for common tasks like upgrading a library from one version to the next. Neo Cromer, you can just type it in if you want, right? 10, well, I don't know how to do it in Python. There might be a factorial command, but you could just type in the numbers. So yeah, make sure save defense, or make sure ongoing match knows how to remove private info from a, yeah. What is the Python API for doing factorial? Is there one? Math.factorial, yeah. Math.factorial 10. That's what you can do. Wow. Since when can Python do this? Is this, do they have like big int support by default? Wow. So remove private info from defense. That needs to be lumped into there. It always had big ints? Okay. Huh. Neat. So I think we can just return this. We should try it out though. Boston ships directly into the return object. Yeah, I don't want to do things this way. I think from the matchmaker route, we'll just always return this thing. So what if we just delete all of this? And instead here we just say DB ongoing match. Oh, it shouldn't be a database ongoing match. It's a regular ongoing match. We do this dot remove private info, which should exist somewhere else in the code base, yes. And then get rid of that. And get rid of that. So it'll be serialized ongoing match. All right, nice. What else do we have here? Serialized defense? Nope. Hey Aki, how's it going? Man, every single time Programmer D and I talk on the phone, he's like, well, every time. I guess every time after one of your streams, he's like, oh man, Aki did this rap about whatever and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, just please send me the clips. I want to see the clips. Have you explained why you've not enabled cheers? I have enabled cheers. I have the whole what are bits thing. Nah, I can't type it. Maybe I paid Eki to do that and get Spurtman. He's our #1 fan. Yeah, he definitely is. He gets such a kick out of these things, and he keeps telling you like very specific topics. Oh, hey, classical uncle. Welcome back. Man, all the monetized features are kicking in right now. Wait, why? You declined it, Neochrome, or why? And don't worry about it, Aki. You've been subscribing for a very long time. That's all the support that I need. Actually, I don't even need that. I just need people to be here and say, good job, Adam, and pat me on the back. And you've virtually done that. But I appreciate the sentiment. That is very good. Okay, so we have this return object here. This is from load match from database of existing. And then what? That's actually it. We don't even call in the next. Okay, cool. Yes. The backpats are coming in. Wait, but they gave you an offer, Neochromer. Oh, well, I guess the degree part. Okay. Oh, great job. Mario kicking it up a notch. Bam. Yeah, game's offline now. Classical Uncle, I haven't been putting it online as much because there are a couple of people who want to play on just an average day, and most of the people want to wait for new features. So the next time, when I finally get done with this feature of attacking your own defense, that's when I think it'll be online again. And then I'm going to work on fixing bugs and everything. And I think that'll take all of this week to get that feature online. Then the next, so that'll be this. I estimated 2 days, but there's a bunch of refactoring, so it's really like 3 days plus the refactoring for it. Then after that, it's going to be one of these 3 things. So animations, the tech tree, which is going to be like a fake tech tree, and tutorial. So I think we're going to start with the tech tree. I don't think it's going to actually take 5 days to do. It might actually even just take 1 day for all I know. So we'll try that out. Then we'll get to the animation part and then the tutorial. It'll be nice. It'll be really nice. The goal is to get these 4 things done by the end of June. So if I had to estimate this, I'd expect, by the 15th, we'll start working on this. So start bias 5/15. This I want to start by 5/22, let's say. That might take an entire week, definitely. So this will say start by April 5th. Or start by June 5th. And then if we take all of June to work on the tutorial, that's totally fine with me. As long as by the end of June, we're pretty much done with these things. I think I'd be pretty happy with that. Then we can just stabilize for like 2 solid months to work on marketing, a whole bunch of other stuff. Hey, Solo Twitcher. Where's the game running? Is there an EC2 instance? When it's on AWS, yes. But right now, it's not running anywhere except for on my own machine. Why can't I have a working version online always? That's because of money. Right now, it's about $50 a month just to have the servers on for when I'm streaming. When we get to beta, the servers will be on 24/7. Beta should be at the end of August. So at that point, yeah, they should be on 24/7. So I'll have spent another like $150, $200, something like that. Yeah, the free tier ended though. So that's that. Okay, so next up, the return value from join game. Join game needs to use an ongoing match correctly. You got scammed on AWS? How is it so expensive to run the game for a couple hours? I don't know if you've seen this, Mario, but the infrastructure diagram kind of talks about this a little bit. There's more than just a server. There's a load balancer, there's an account server, a database, a matchmaker, an overseer, and a game server. So I could try to simplify it a bit more and save on some costs, but yeah, still, there's a lot to do. Okay. So I want to get at least this part working, and then that'll probably be it for today. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's really rough. Did you have to actually pay the $75,000? Did your company have to pay that? Because I think sometimes they let you off the hook for something like that. It always does make me wonder, though, what if you set that up for that to happen and you told Amazon, like, oh my God, my account got hacked, I didn't realize this happened, $75,000, and you mined enough Bitcoin to make like $2,000 even. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess it's not worth the risk of having to pay $75,000. Also, it's fraud, so that's pretty bad. Anyway, join game. So ongoing match, already in match. Where is this actually going to be used though? Ah, there it is. Already in match. Yeah, so we can say already in match at this point is going to be true. Yeah. Oh, I see. Your account is locked. That's the other thing. Is your business for 7 days would have to be less than $2,000. Also, I just pulled $2,000 out of nowhere. You might not even make that mining Bitcoin. certainly wouldn't make that mining bot coin. That stuff's worth nothing. So we get 2 here. This is going to just be, what, serialized ongoing match, sure. And last defense update, that's not even necessarily there. Yeah, this is only used here, so let's only put it there. In fact, why even bother? I don't know. Hey, Kenzo Dev. And sure, ask away. Haven't really read the backend PDF before. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I just wanted to cover, when I was working on the infrastructure and I mentioned like, oh, the overseer needs to talk to the matchmaker. I didn't want people to be confused. So each of these just has 2 paragraphs or 1 paragraph. I expect to be handsomely paid for all my Bitcoin. Why not use a single server and host the parts on Docker containers using ECS or Elastic Beanstalk? So part of it, Kenzo Dev, is that I don't have a lot of experience in this. Another part is that I didn't want there to be a single point of failure. If everything's hosted on the same virtual machine and that virtual machine crashes for some reason, which I know might be unlikely, then everything goes offline, right? So this way I could host things on different servers if I want to. Should I have used Docker? Maybe. I don't know. I looked into it for a little bit and I thought I got to host these images somewhere and then I need some way to download them. I know Amazon has a solution for that, but I just didn't end up going that route. It might have made things easier in the end. Schedule, we'll put it on a new instance. Well, sure, but I guess for that time, your entire service would be offline, and there wouldn't be a backup of anything that had happened. I guess I could have tried hosting some replicated data on a secondary VM somewhere. But anyway, Kenzo Dev, I think it boiled down to, I'm relatively new to making a totally scalable solution. I am the only developer on this project, so I didn't really have anyone other than chat to consult with. And I don't think the solution I'm doing is bad necessarily. I think it could be improved on. Okay, so if you were already in a game, actually this might just work now. Let's try it. Not bad, just expensive. Oh, this finally worked. Okay. We did it. We did it. So, yeah. I'm surprised that worked the first time. I didn't even really do anything. It just worked. Well, I did do something. I just did something a little while ago and it worked. So yeah, we can check this in. So none of this is needed anymore. This is all so much simpler. In fact, there's nothing that can really fail in here. Why did I put this in a try-catch? Because of JSON parse? Because it's just a good idea to have it in a try-catch? Yeah, let's keep it there. I think it's fine. Okay, that looks good too. So we should just get rid of the dead code here. Does that button say attack self? Yeah, so that's the feature that I really think is going to help for Botland. You have edit defense where you can test out custom strategies if you want, but what you're doing is you're doing this from the point of view of a defender. So when you say, hey, I want to try defensive bots, and they've got shield and reflect, you're testing one phase against these. Let's say you want to test attacking though. You test over the course of 3 phases, and there's just a lot of other considerations there too. But that's the short story. The dark times when no one had any clue what Adam was doing. Not even Adam. That is very true. That was like 4 months last year too. I spent a third of a year working on the scalability of this project. And I don't know. I learned a lot. I definitely learned a lot. And I think it's amazing I even got to this point. So let's hope I can get to the point where there's a beta out and that people are playing the game. I mean, really, I think I've heard a lot of people say that they worked hard for things in their lives, and I have some insight into what they're doing, and I see that sometimes they're not working hard. And so I had that same insight into my own work. And there are times when I'd say I'm not working hard on a personal project. But for Botland, I would say I've been working hard for the majority of the last 2 years. And nothing else has ever been like this in my life for that long. So I'm really hoping this pays off a bit. Other than Ansible. Well, an Ansible could be probably pretty easily replaced without touching too much. It'd probably take a couple of weeks, I bet. I look at something like that and I think a couple of weeks is not justifiable for me right now. But if I ever hired, let's say, 3 developers, yeah, you could get by with a couple of weeks spent improving some DevOps stuff. Anyway, we want to remove all of this. So we remove the private info there. We get rid of this. And we get rid of this. Yeah, this code was lousy and now it's going to be gone. Yeah, perfect. Now, as for the rest of this, this isn't a try catch. Yeah, we can leave the rest of this here. Okay, nice. I like it. And one of the other nice things that I like is this. Lines removed 19. Allow resuming an attack. The server now sends back an ongoing match for the client to use. This should have simplified perhaps a little bit more, but yeah. He works for Botcoin. Okay, note, you still can't actually commence an attack yet. So make it so you can commence a match. So the initial part of starting a match works, resuming a match works, then attacking doesn't work yet. And I don't even know why. Yeah, I haven't really looked into why not yet. I think it should be straightforward. It's probably just data being in the wrong, in different objects. Where can I sign up? I bought 500 honey sticks last year and finished them in like a month and a half. I definitely have too much honey. Although Echo gave me gave me a gift certificate for honey sticks that I have to redeem still. I'm gonna buy another 500 sometime this year. Gonna be drowning in sugar. I think I made some pretty good progress today. This is one of those days where I just had to hang on the whole time. Pretty crazy. All right. Let's go host someone because I've been online for 7 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's been... Yeah, well, it probably wasn't really a month and a half. 11 honey sticks a day. Yeah, that sounds wrong. What are honey sticks? They're just straws that are filled with honey. So you bite off like a part of the straw and then you just drink the honey. It's flavored honey though. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. Definitely thank you for the bits and the subs. I'm going to leave you guys with Good Idea Co. Say hi to him for me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll continue to work on what we did today. So take care. Have a nice night.